Uh, Hello. Good morning, everyone. So, if I sound tired, I am. Uh, Here we are at Tennocon 2024. I've been waiting for this for so long. So long. I have not really slept, so apologize if I get to sounding any type of weary tonight.
Tenno, may I extend an
This
invitation to
morning,
you?
whatever.
My latest collection of choice items from the
We'll
void
see.
is now available for viewing.
I probably should have. Oh man. Yeah, I really should have, man. Oh, that's so cool looking, all that. Hmm. Okay. A bunch of cool new things to look at. Quite a bit of this I don't have. And I really should have, saved up for now that I think about it. Well. Well. We will work with what we have. So, all the mods are here. All the prime mods, too. Spell. Man, there's a lot I didn't have that I thought I did. Tetra, Wraith, Viper. Tempted to get the skins, but I know that if I do, it'll just bite me. Hmm. Let's go ahead and get
If
this.
you like that, come back next time I'm in the relay. I'll have something extra special for you.
Yippee! Gosh, there's a lot. Okay. Alrighty. Cora. Psylocke, Fulmin, Carrier, Exeltra, Furious, Baruch, Cobra, Fulmin, Harrow, Hildren, Gunson, Larkspur. Gonna scrap all these. Alrighty.
I can tell you will appreciate what I have today.
Hmm. Cooldown space unless we're giving. Bring elite efficiency. Hmm. Tempting. But I really like this. What? I don't have that. Do I?
A pleasure doing business with you, Tenno. Perhaps you'll come to one of my next parties?
How much more do I
I
have
have
left?
much to show you.
525. Dang it.
Until next time.
Okay. Nah.
That's what I'm doing this moment, isn't it? I don't like this. I must get back to work.
There we go. Now back to farming, because I am going to need some stuff if I want that stuff. Know what I mean? Alrighty. I have not seen what this skin looks like, but I would like to. So we will. Ultra. Ultra. Ah. I like it. Spooky. I should probably do some relics, right? Yeah. Nah, I better just do Hydroid. I've been having fun with him lately. I just got a build that works pretty good for him last night. So... Conjunction survival. Velox. Alrighty. Let's hope this goes well. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. I can't sing that song, it's copyrighted. And I don't know how this works yet.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors' death.
The Oregon Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place.
That is going
Stand
to
by
get
for
very
them.
annoying. I just know it. Forgive me, my friend.
Tenno, if you have a necromech, this would be an excellent place to deploy.
Nice. should probably turn my fan off. I see it activating my thing over there. Sorry if you've seen me tweaking just a little bit. There we go. It's been hot lately, so I've had that thing going non-stop.
You have collected enough reactants.
You know what? I just realized I should have put my stupid... Still don't have my TV hooked up. That is something I'm not proud to admit. But, yep. Let's see something real quick. Ember's available now. Very cool. Get this set up on my mobile at least. My video. It is streaming, right? Man, I hope so. I feel bad that I'm just AFK for these guys on here. Let me see. No. Switch account. Nitro Gunslinger. View my channel. There we are. Alright, I should have the chat pulled up now. Alright. And I'm going to mute my own voice because I cannot stand it. Thank you.
Oculists are scanning for targets. A sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming.
Let's just say so whenever I get bored.
Is ready.
The one time I will actually skip out on getting what's it called? Forma. I hate to see it. I should probably just start using it.
These manifestations,
doesn't matter.
they aren't from the neural center. Destroy them. They are drawing from your life support.
droid. First Warframe I really ever farmed
Well
for.
done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Playing the game and saying they had a pirate Warframe based around water and stuff. Dude. That was it for me. It was over. Yeah, sorry I haven't been streaming as much lately. I've kind of been busy. Oh, goodness sakes. For long I might have to go make myself something to eat. Leave it all here around. Just for a bit, not too long. Since, you know, I don't want to miss Tennocon. Probably set a reminder for when Tennolive starts as well. It's really fun.
Don't worry, I'll take very good care of Varuna. I have just the spot in the kennel for her.
The queens have sought out warfares before. Boars sought to replace them with yours. You cannot let the worm have Varuna.
My brain is still working. Forgive me. Whatever.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them. Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind. The sentient is on to you. Look out for troopers.
Get this man up.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Scared it's not sentient when I wait. Void wants us to find this. void manifestations, drawn to this cursed place of smelting knives. They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed.
Don't know birds.
Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. If they know you're here, prepare for sentient
I think this
fighters.
is the earliest game I've ever done so far.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
So excited for Warframe 99. Year I was born. A lot of these guys listen to this when I hear too. A lot of the stuff I heard too came out that year. Man, I love that art. I need to slow down my attack. That's good for DPS. This is gonna sound stupid, but I prefer to see like my character doing all this slashing.
safe in the dark age that followed him. He kept this way for you to find.
Very cool. I probably shouldn't have used that.
Tenno, the void has summoned a new presence and it craves your life support. Destroy these manifestations.
They have warframe stuff. And packs. They did tease infested witches though, which I'm excited for. They besides sentient. I should know from here.
Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers. Empire and Corpus came here in search of treasure, but only found oblivion. They are trespassers here. You are not.
Okay. GG fellas. Chicken time.
Hiding Vera in the void risked the unfathomable. I feel we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy those void-stained portals.
A valuable lesson.
27. Man, I love this community. Such good guys. Can I make those locks now? No. The locks. Receiver. Barrel. Dang, okay. Should actually see something else real quick. Probably not enough to fuse. Yeah. Shoot. Alright. Well, I will be right back. I do need to feed my chickens, because that is something I must do. So I will be right back, and I'll leave you guys with this pretty view. Alright, one sec. Hello? Okay, cool. Sorry, I apologize for that. So, I remembered I need to announce that I'm streaming on everywhere else so my friends can know what I'm doing. At here we go. Let me see. Alrighty. And there we go. Okay. It's a bit wet outside, so I'm a bit more drenched than I'd like. Ooh. Wait, Soulframe is being aired right now? Dude, no way. No way! Okay. Let's see. If I can remember how to do this. Window capture. Let me see. Like that. And alright. Capture audio. Can I turn off Warframe for now? Is this working? Oh boy.
And I know when he gets up out of his seat that it's something a bit bigger. You know, usually if he slacks me something, I ignore it, but when he gets up, I can't. And he just randomly popped his head in my office and said, let's make a fantasy game. And I was like, no. And then he went back to his office. And, but I think he knew what he was doing because he left the bait out for me. And I'm like, wait a second. And I got up and we chatted. And just to give you guys some insight, because I think you deserve it, you know, for why we decided to do this. You know, we started talking about it and said, okay, if we're going to do this, how can we do it in a way that we love it just as much as Warframe? So we started talking about themes that we want to embrace. You guys were a big part of those themes that we discussed. Okay. You know, if we're going to make a game like this that involves a community, we really want it to be impactful to the progression of the game. So we started talking, how can we do that? We started falling into these conversations about ancestry and maybe how players can play with each other and have deep connections to each other. Can we put family trees in the game and maybe how players can, as they progress, can see how they're connected. Maybe that adds perks to their gameplay. And, you know, okay, if this is a fantasy game, there's a lot of tropes in the genre. How can we make it different? Well, let's embrace things we love. So you'll probably see lots of, you know, Ghibli.
He said no until I said, we'll make it like Princess Mononoke,
true,
I swear.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, I can do that.
And, you know, we decided we really wanted to have you guys, when you play it, be, you know, kind of have a deep role in the progression and change in this world and kind of healing it. So once we said heal it, we're like, oh, okay, let's double down on that. And I think we wanted something optimistic.
Healing the world.
Something that has lots of themes of redemption. And yeah, and I think we kind of fell in love with it.
A lot of animals too.
And what's that?
A lot of animals too.
And a lot of animals.
Animals.
A lot of cozy animals.
A lot of cozy animals.
Yeah, I think we got more coming, obviously. Yeah, I think, I don't know how you guys are all feeling these days, but the world's kind of a cynical place, and you can't really like things without being made fun of, and
Kind of an
there's a lot of
understatement.
cynicism around, and I think for me personally, this is kind of like, what if there was a place where like everyone gets a second chance, and there's a redemption arc for everyone? It doesn't all have to be dark and gloomy and bitter. And I think that's kind of what really has excited me so far about the preludes that we're doing, which is people are picking up on that tone, that kind of optimistic, really what original fantasy is about, which is this kind of rejection of modernity, rejection of cynicism, and really like believing in magic. So I think that's kind of how we're approaching it, at least from the heart side.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then we know what we did by calling it Soulframe.
We were going to call it.
We know what we did.
We're going to call it Elden Frame, but that'd be confusing. So Soul Frame's a little, more clear, isn't it?
I think our number 2 name was Fantasy Frame. No, we can't do that. So Scott, is this a Souls game?
No, it's not. I would say it's like a more casual approach to a Souls game. It still has the deep mechanics and the deep mastery of the combat, but it's easier to pick up and less punishing.
So it's made for like me, basically, because I cannot get past the Godskin Duel right now. I got to build some sleep pots. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so if you don't know, we first launched access to our early build of Soulframe Preludes. Obviously, we had to call it something fancy. In December to a small group of PC players. Players are invited through email. So shameless plug, number 1. Make sure you have signed up on soulframe.com with your email and claimed your Envoy title. If you're watching in chat, ! Soulframe, that will link you to our site where you can do that. We're currently sending out 2,000 invites every single week. And is anyone in here currently, just by show of hands, in Soulframe Preludes? Is any? Oh,
wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's actually a lot of you guys.
Thank you very much.
Aw, okay, well, I definitely want to talk to you all after this. See what you think.
Wasn't it great when we added a map in the game?
That was a big quality of life change this
Yeah.
year. Yeah, we love a map.
Maybe a sprint toggle would be nice.
Yeah. Preludes 5 was released to Preludes players at the end of June. And after this day is over, we're going to be hard at work for Prelude 6. We've been following a monthly-ish update cadence. Yep. And lots of hot fixes in between. Today we're going to show you some of this and some new stuff that's coming soon. So since December, Preludes has sort of become its own thing and its own community. And there's a lot of people who are so involved. And I actually have some really cute fan art I'm really quickly going to show.
Adorable. Oh, my God.
This one is by elliecody.k on Twitter.
That is a well-fed sparrow.
That is a healthy
Very
sparrow.
well.
That's a chunky sparrow.
Very.
Well cared for.
You may see a young Lady Diora and baby Garen. Oh, I've got one down here. I don't think you guys can see it.
So good luck, Garen.
We have another one here by Staller D.
Nice.
So
Awesome.
pretty. And oh no, who put this one in there?
You did.
Quick, someone flip the slide. But actually, this is a small shout out to the official Soulframe Discord server. If you ! Discord in chat, you can join in on the fun and maybe avocado memes. And a lovely Orangal by Danny W in the Discord as well. Just thank you guys for sharing such beautiful fan art already. Like, it blows my mind that you guys are already so involved. And speaking of pretty art, we actually have some from the team. And we have our lovely Rosa here. I actually brought up your painting. That's your original art here. I don't know if you want to talk about that one at all.
Yeah, so this art piece was made for our promotion for last
2023 Tennocon.
You surprised us by doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to push like the retro 80s film crafted the poster look to the game. So so I tried to paint it with like watercolor and like mixed media with on a watercolor paper, and it took me a few days.
It's stunning. We finally got it framed. It used to be all like taped up in Jeff's office, so now it has the home it deserves.
Yep. Yeah. So the Tennocon last year we introduced Garen Fable, Garen Rude Fable. So I incorporated the two versions of the Garen and a few ancestors and our star apricot into the painting. So
if I get into another
we have some early concept art as well to share today. So this is our ancestors. On the sides is Orlick and Tuvalcani, the original sketches by Keith Thompson, who sadly couldn't be here today. We love you, Keith, though, if you're watching. And the middle one is an early concept of Fen Jotar by Munash on our team. Scott, Penny, what are ancestors?
Ancestors are a fun little progression mechanic where we want to tell the story of the world through these interesting characters who have been trapped in the world and haven't moved on. You will meet them throughout the world as you explore. As we said, this is Orlick, Fen Jotar, and Tolbukane. They're all representations of our sort of meta systems like crafting or modding and stuff like that. So we'll see a little bit more of them later on, but I'm sure if you've played Preludes, you'll have hopefully, fingers crossed, met at least Tolbukane and Orlick. If you haven't, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You'll hear us talk about ancestors a lot, but this is just a way for us to kind of hopefully add a bit more thematic progression to the game to reinforce the world.
Yeah, and the idea is anytime we add like a cool new meta system to the game, we're going to show one at the end of the show, Verminia, that it would come with an ancestor that's distantly related to you, and they have some kind of problem, why they haven't kind of moved on to this sort of rings of the moon, which represents heaven in the game. Okay. And hopefully you help them with that, and that's kind of a key element to stuff like crafting and upgrading your gear and learning the histories of the world. So it's kind of builds out your village in the Nightfold that we'll also show. So
each has a unique personality too, right? Through all the voices and all the
got their own music. I mean, obviously
everything.
DE is known for amazing musical scores, George, and Soulframe's going to be no exception.
Definitely, yeah. We've spent a lot of time crafting the music so that each region feels like it's its own thing, using a lot of folk instruments and natural and organic sounds as well. All the soundscapes. I said to the team early on that we shouldn't use any synthesizers at all in the game. So it's all natural sounds that have been manipulated. A lot of lighters for magic and matches and classes and stuff like that. And so yeah,
I like
it's
that.
a lot of good stuff.
Awesome. We have. What are these?
Oh, these are
Scott,
cool.
what are these? What are we looking at?
These are the packs of the game. So these are basically the physical representation of the classes of the game. So these will basically, you'll unlock them as part of your progression, or unlocking the Omen Beasts. They basically will be the kit of the game, the gameplay kit. So as if you want to play as a tank or if you want to play as an assassin, there will be different packs that you can get. Kind of one of the cool things we're doing with this system is the packs come with an idol, and the idol is basically, if you've played the game, it's the ultimate of the pack. But the interesting thing I think we're doing in this time is we're allowing you to mix and match, so you can move your idol to a different pack. So I think it's a fun twist.
Kind of like an exalted weapon you charge up while you're playing. Hopefully if Joe doesn't totally suck, we'll be able to see that today as well. This was funny because obviously Jeff did the original. I'm not sure if anyone played Dark Sector, which was an early game that we worked on. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There's dozens of us. And I had to laugh because like Jeff's like, oh yeah, and then your arm is like all cursed and stuff. And it's like,
Well, and
you
that's-
can't help
I think-
yourself.
I think again, talking about why we decided to do Soulframe and speaking to the depths of our creativity, we're like,
Yeah, we just did the same thing
We need a
again.
magic arm, like that's what the game needs.
Every game needs a magic arm.
a magic arm, and so yeah, the cool thing about these two is it kind of reinforces your role as a healer. The ones that you get from the animals, like the omen beasts, we're calling them, which we demoed last year with Garen. This is what you get rewarded with, is the kind of new kit that they give you. But you'll see the armored one and the one that looks a bit cursed. Those represent kind of the antagonist factions of the world.
Yeah, that was one of the questions we got last year. Was like, is there? I wouldn't call this like a dark path or an evil path in the game, but the Ode, which are kind of the conquerors, and you'll see more of that at the end of the show here. There is this kind of progression amongst their kind of corrupted, polluted technology. If you're kind of into that, you want to get your edgelord on in Soulframe, you can. So there's some really great choices there.
Yeah, and we're hoping to make those choices a bit meaningful on the player.
Yeah, this is like a really expressive system as well. Like Scott touched on it a little bit with the like swapping the idols and the packs that you get with each other. It really will hopefully let players find their role that they really want to play, but still experiment with new things in a very open, sort of similar way to like Warframes. You'll get a lot of time to just find the one that you like the most, but then tempted by something else, but not have to give up everything you've worked for to try something new.
All right.
Yeah, Rosa, this is an early piece by you, which may not be entirely new to the audience, but it's my favorite piece you've ever done. And I think it represents our theme so well. Can you tell us what this is of?
Yeah, so this is also one of my favorite art that I've been working on. And yeah, it's when we first worked on this, we wanted to establish like the first impression of the game when you log in, and have like capture the influences and the theme that we, and the hopefulness and the warmth and the inviting feel from it. So yeah, so my favorite part of this painting was that the fawn is just totally enjoying the sunlight, and the rabbit and the animals surrounded is like just like passed out and dreaming.
I want to say too, for us in sound, it's so inspiring to see these artworks, right? It's just, it creates all these sounds in your mind. And we went out and did a lot of field recording, actually. London is known as the Forest City, so you'll hear a lot of the Forest City in Soulframe, a lot of natural environments and streams and forests and all of that kind of stuff, which, yeah, it's great for us. So,
where did you record the beaver snoring?
That's a trade secret.
You don't have a captive beaver in your house. That's very illegal,
no,
George.
Not at all. Not at all. That would be illegal, yeah. No.
Yeah,
well cared for, I assume.
This scene was important because it's the first thing you see when you log into the game, and this is kind of what we wanted the kind of impression to be.
Yep.
And the number of animals around you is based on your consecutive logins, which is kind of weird and cool. So there's more and more every day that you log in. It's a little cute touch. Yeah, just how that works. I think tone-wise, this is interesting because. Maybe last year people got the impression we were talking about cozy too much, and I think that's my fault, because there really is, I think what it needs is these cozy elements balanced with the suspense and the danger. So we're not making promises that this is like Stardew Valley, and I think you're going to see stuff in the demo that are like, that's actually legitimately scary, but then there's moments of levity, and there's moments of softness, and peace and connection. So it isn't just one note. It's going to be kind of this ebb and flow. So I wanted to warn you that there's kind of a bit of scary stuff in the demo.
We found some early concepts of the dendrit farmers and the architecture here. Rosa, can you speak a little bit about this and the environment aspects?
Yeah, so this is a concept art that Munoz designed early, and I helped him with bringing back that warm light and the mood and atmosphere to the painting. And yeah, so this is a Dendrit concept of Dendrit village, or the architecture of a Dendrit village or a hamlet that we are planning. And Dendrits are a little poor, a little bit poor. So we wanted to make the materials that can be easily found for them in the woods or in the farmlands. Yeah.
And the genre was such a big pivot for us. The stuff like this was really helpful for the world building teams to kind of understand the setting and the kind of time range we wanted to go for the world.
Yeah, and I always try to add like a little flowers growing on the moss and grass because it kind of shows that the flowers can bloom in like a harsh environment, and you know the nature can be very strong. So.
We have one of the Dendrit forest as well. I feel like I'm in the game with this one.
Yeah,
also really pretty.
So this is also a concept art done by Munoz, and this is a concept of a path to the Dendrit fort, and you can see the friendly sign that will direct you to the shrine or to the Dendrit fort.
And testing all Steve's cool lighting.
And the cool lighting, yeah.
It's not just mine. I'll take credit for it though.
And there's also, of course, another part of our world, Undercity, which you guys saw last year. And this is an early concept art of that one.
Yeah, maybe Scott, like, can you kind of talk about what we do with these, like
structure?
What is an example of?
Yeah, so the Undercity and the Glade, if you're in the Preludes, is kind of a dungeon aspect of the game. This is where we can randomize the environment and really leverage some of the older systems that we have and also grow those systems. So this is, missions will be down here, exploration, puzzle solving, and really, hopefully, some really deep connections with the puzzle aspect of the game and the exploration. Players are always constantly finding secrets, and the level designers are actually adding more as we go. So it's really interesting to like play through the Undercity, and all of a sudden there's a new tile again, but there's a puzzle in it and a different way to get through it, which is really fun. One of the things we've done with the procedural level system this time around is its connection to the overworld. When we first started working on Soulframe, the dungeons, you had to traverse them to the end, and then you'd be teleported back to the beginning, and that's where you'd exit. So you enter and exit in the same spot. Recently, we changed the system to allow you to kind of progress through the dungeon and then out back into the overworld into a random spot, which has been really kind of fun to design because the exits are all kind of secretly hidden. You know, it's like the bookcase slides open and now you can get out, but you know, Steve's favorite is you're inside the fort, so all of a sudden you think, oh, I'm done the dungeon, I'm safe now, and you exit into probably the most dangerous area we have in Preludes.
And I didn't know that was in either, so it was like 1 a.m. and I was sort of crapping my pants.
Yes, so the exits are randomized, so as you're leaving, you will end up in a randomized location in the overworld, which is really helped, I think, with the exploration of the game.
I still get lost when I play it. It's like, oh, you know, always a new you know, corner to turn around, and you're like, oh, geez, I haven't seen that before. It's pretty cool, actually. Even working on it all day, you get lost in that world, right? Which is awesome.
Yeah, we are trying to go outside of our comfort zone, obviously, and challenge ourselves by building new, kind of on top of some of the systems we thought were really good for long-term play. Like in Warframe, those procedural dungeons really help the content stay fresh as we built out new tiles. But now the context is we don't really have a mission structure. So knowing kind of when you're done or what you've completed has kind of been a challenge. If you started early on in Preludes, you just kind of like wander around and it's like, okay, I guess I'm done, and you log off. But now we've added things like when you leave a dungeon, we show a summary and give you some mission complete feedback. When the time of day changes, because the overworld is constantly on a shared clock, you get kind of a summary of rewards and that sort of thing. if you're joining up and with Preludes, you'll be suffering through a lot of upheaval as we kind of find our footing for those sorts of things, because it is very different for us from the structure of Warframe, which is launch a mission, 15, 20 minutes later, you're back in the orbiter.
But it's awesome. Evolutions for how that stuff works, and we're getting live feedback.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, again, not to kiss y'all's ass, but like it's super important for us to kind of feel what's resonating with you and what's not, and that's why we're kind of pushing against our comfort zone and just releasing this stuff so rapidly, because that's what we felt was an important part of Warframe's journey, and we want to steal that for Soulframe.
Awesome. We have one more concept art that came in hot. I think, Rosa, you finished this yesterday?
Yes.
What is happening in this one, and does it have anything to do with a certain Omen beast who may or may not have an affinity for hallucinogenic sap?
Yeah. So just like our Garen Rude fable, we will have Bromius version, obviously. So yeah, this is a concept of Bromius attempting to eat the seed of the sacred sapling tree that he loves, and he's a bit addicted, I can say. And yeah, so he's trying to eat the falling seed, and that's in a heart root arena in a place called Neathans. And Neathans is a place where where it's like underground world made with council trees roots and all tangled and intertwined, and we get to walk around going through all the roots, and we get to this place and see the Bromius here.
Yeah, and like all the stories that we kind of like to tell, it'll have very specific themes that we reinforce in the fable. You know, poor Bromius has been, his role is to protect the trees and be a grower.
An R-bearer.
An R-bearer. Shout out to Sydney, our writer.
Sydney's here.
And, you know, the corruption has influenced him, and he's become addicted to the thing he's meant to protect, and he's causing harm, so we have to intervene.
Penny, how is this different from Garen? Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Oh, a lot. Yeah, after I finished working on the Garen boss fight that you would have seen last year, Jeff was like, do you want to do another one? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do another one. It was fun. So we've been just, over the last couple of months, been working on prototyping mechanics for this new fight. We wanted to do something different to what we had in Garen, where it was two characters that have a relationship between each other and it sort of resolves between them as the fight progresses, where this one differs is it's just going to be Bromius. You are sort of fighting him as he is descending into a sort of descending on the spiral of addiction, and how he changes, and you're trying to sort of help pull him back. We paused him for a little bit because of Tennocon, but we're going to hopefully be kicking him back off soon with the full force of every talented person on our team.
Yeah. Our intention is to get this into Preludes very soon. Yep.
One thing I wanted to add.
Yeah, we should.
Was
no, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to add was the mood of it kind of changed throughout this whole week, because it rained quite a lot earlier this week, and yeah, my basement flooded, so I wanted to put in that damp, really thick atmosphere to the painting. So it was really dry roots in the beginning of the concept, but now it's like all mossy.
So you went into your basement?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I feel the air being very
all this
thick.
water damage. I want to channel this.
Smell. Like, I gotta put that in the painting now.
Sounds good.
So there's a lot in the works that we have shown you, and that's just a taste of what Preludes is going to be. We're going to show you some live gameplay quite soon, but we haven't yet answered the question most of you have been asking, and yes, I've been seeing it. When can I play? And the answer to that question is...
Very cool.
So, yes, we are gradually opening up this Soulframe Preludes build of our game to the public in the fall. That is our hope and dream. And what does this mean? So anyone, hopefully, by fall 2024, who wants to play Soulframe Preludes and get in, instead of waiting for an invite every single week, we are going to have it open to everyone. And at this point, we'll be leaving our earliest testing phase, I would say. We have done account resets before, and sometime in the fall, we'll pick a date where no more account resets, and everyone who wants to will be able to sign up and play Soulframe Preludes.
I hate that. I hate
exciting.
that.
It's exciting.
I hate whoever's doing that.
But if you want to reserve your in-game name, your Envoy title, you should do it today.
We're still sending out invites.
Because we're still sending out invites,
Yep.
and of course, that is a way to reserve. So,
Yep.
And that'll
Even
be
if-
ramping up, right? We'll be, as we get closer
Yeah,
to
we'll
the
be ramping that
open,
up
we'll be
as well.
letting the people that have signed up early and
Yep.
in early.
first. Yep.
Yay! Okay, so we're about to play our live gameplay demo. But before we begin, one more time, show of hands. Who is in Preludes in the live audience? Okay,
nice.
can you all raise your hands?
What?
Yeah, because we're inviting everyone here in person. We just wanted to thank you for coming out. Yay!
So when you see us around, you don't have to ask us when you can play.
We are going to send
You're
an
in.
invitation in the following weeks, and you are going to get an email with more details after the show. And in addition to this, on Monday, July 22nd at 2 p.m., we will be sending out 10,000 Preludes invites, 10,000 Tennocon, 10.
I get it. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I did get some questions about other platforms last night when I was mingling outside the tent. It is going to be PC first. Like Warframe, we can do fast iteration, and we don't have the cert stuff. But obviously, pardon me? We'll have to think about that. But initially, we're going to be doing the iteration on PC. If you are on console, obviously that's in our plans, and we are looking forward to that. And we have been talking to our partners on that side. But this fall is going to be PC, just to warn you about our current platforms.
Yep. But yeah, Soulframe Preludes, and I think it's just been really cool and exciting and unique to build this game alongside you guys. So if you want to play Soulframe Preludes, you all can soon. Hopefully. Okay. It's time for the lovely Joe over there to play our gameplay.
Yes, we're going to throw it to Joe, and just so this is a bit of a sneak peek.
Yeah, we're going to set this up.
Yeah, we're going to set this up.
It's a little. There might be a few bugs, a couple
Might
glitches.
be a few bugs coming in hot.
Little animation pops. But it has foot IK now. So watch. Well, don't watch too hard.
Don't stare at the feet too much.
But a little bit. Look at the feet, but not too much.
Yeah.
Analyze every detail of this demo we are showing you.
So you're going to see kind of what's coming into Preludes very soon, in addition to some bigger things that we're hoping to get in for the end of the year to kind of speak to the player's intro quest.
And can I say this? Like, I hate to say this because you cringe when I talk about this, but like
I cringe a lot when you talk.
But this is.
That's so mean.
I think what you're going to see is the beginning of the Warsong prologue that we're going to be shipping later in the year.
That's right.
And I think, you're probably going to see a few elements that speak to a genre I love that no one else does, which is, can I say it? It's like the alien fantasy, which is it's not just pure medieval.
Yep.
There's this kind of little weird left turn in there, like DE always has to do.
Always.
So there's a little bit of that in there to keep a look at, and it kind of shows this interactive kind of character creation that we want to do with it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go wake up, and we're gonna then show you a bit more of work in progress stuff.
Absolutely.
Is that a bad setup or a good setup?
That's perfect.
That's amazing.
I
isn't
didn't
it?
even cringe that much.
Okay,
Great.
fantastic.
And we'll probably talk less than we planned to for the demo because we'll get in trouble for the next panel.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, over to you, Joe.
Hope you enjoy.
Boy.
Remember little Minnow.
we go.
That night of old. Not by Nog, but harp, a rally drum. Not by sense, but soul. Your baby's home.
Go now, my brave, for tomorrow will come. This night of war will dawn before sun.
Well, I remember her face. A copper glow, like amber rocks, a wealth of warmth, and of her locks. A downy cloud blown across the skies. Like night-lark feathers over her eyes. Of honey mead, of spotted dough.
I like this.
Last love she saw was you. I know. Love last it was that sent you so.
Oh. Baby. Cute.
So that was a sneak peek at Warsong Prologue. As I mentioned, it's the intro quest, and what you saw there is how you create the first customization template of your character. There will be more for that to come, so you can customize further. We're jumping a bit now to a bit of a showcase on how you can get the next ancestor.
The Nightfold. So what's really cool if you're in Preludes is you can go here anytime. It's kind of like having your orbiter at the snap of a finger. So you can go in here, you can talk to your ancestors, work on your meta, queue crafting, look at the lore you just unlocked, change your weapons. As long as there's no aggro enemies in the vicinity, at any time you can go into the Nightfold. And as you collect your ancestors, it's kind of like building a village within this kind of purgatory plane.
Wow.
Yeah, you can rock over to you can maybe show them the blacksmith, and then just run on into the tent.
You can hear all the different musical cues here that we've been working on as well. Each ancestor has their own, which is pretty cool, I think. A lot of traditional instrumentation used and suits their personalities. Same with the voices, custom voices and all of that.
Yeah, so this is our crafting interface. Basically, sort of throughout the world, you'll find little fragments of weapons that have been broken into pieces, and you'll bring them back to Tolbokai over here to reassemble them. And as you reassemble more, she'll become less self-conscious about herself.
Got imposter syndrome.
Yeah, real imposter syndrome hitting hard. I relate.
And now I think Joe's going to go and gear up, but you can't ignore the poor dog on your way.
Dog.
Most important feature.
Very cute.
And then, yeah, Joe will give us a sneak peek at our arsenal that we'll have probably a better name for, and he'll just swap out some gear and maybe a little cosmetic change.
So yeah, let's just show a bit of work in progress for the next ancestor coming to Preludes.
When it was gathered, no one watched. The Everstorm.
I like the armor. I do wish you could get something cool for the other arm though. I don't know if that'll be a thing.
Puppet, here. Hey there, puppets! Oh, this is very dumb. I will catch a chill. You sneak! I would have smelt your aura from here, were my sight not drowned in brine. I am the witch Verminia. Enchantée. May you grant us some color and learn some taste besides.
Cute.
Oh, envoy, for you go. Un amuse-bouche.
French. I don't know, man. I got a weakness for accents. This looks gorgeous so far.
You'll weather not. I weather the strike. That's so funny.
So, I think Joe's gonna go introduce you guys to Verminia and her station,
I might have to like make an edit
where
of that
she
or
will
something.
provide another progression path.
Oh yeah. So Verminia is our sort of master of colors and elixirs.
Really?
Hey there, puppets. There would be nest enough for all.
Oh, cute.
Hardly better. How am I meant to brew my hues in this washed-out puddle? I know not. Less. The envoy brings us a nibble?
So this isn't final implementation, but we just wanted to give you guys an impression of the kind of customization you'll be able to do with her.
We could just eat you up.
Oh no, she hypes you up.
The puppets approve. Your aura is showing.
Now this next one, I don't think anyone would purposely do it, but we were just curious what would happen if a certain DE employee played Soulframe. We wanted to see how Verminia might feel about that.
Ugh. I must hold my nose. Yes, this is so you.
Cute.
Oh, envoy, before you go, my puppets have wished to tell. How you say? Something unsavory. They squeak of red moaning in the coral glen of saccharine odors that waft from his den. His bell tolls. Its echoes taste faintly of black, of torn parts, of claw marks, of drip, 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 zap.
Yeah, give it up for Joe. Good job, Joe.
Cocaine
Great job, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Thank
Awesome,
you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
He was very nervous, so thank you, Joe.
That is pretty much our time, guys. We hope this is the first of many updates to come, and in fact is asset, because yeah, we're gonna do another one of these
Man,
in
they are
September, and we
cooking
have
with
our
this.
own
This
Twitch
looks
channel.
great.
!SF Twitch in chat. It will bring you to it. Oh yeah, there it is. Woo! I think we have 63 followers right now. So if you if you want to go join there, we're going to talk more about our plans for the fall, our next Preludes update, and yeah, just thank you guys for all your support and
Thank you
patience
so much.
as this
Thank
world
you.
comes to life. Like, our community is so central to everything we do, and we couldn't even build a new game without you. So thank you, and thanks for listening and being here today.
So nice. Well,
Have a great show, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Art of Warframe. Right? So that's what's in this. Very cool. While they're doing that, in the meantime,
Sup, Tenno? 90 Zach here. Wondering how you can get your free virtual items through the internet? Just from watching Twitch or Steam? Let me tell ya. Safety's off and destroy your enemies with the AX-52 rifle. By watching Tennocon between 11 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll receive this gun absolutely free. That's a lot of gun for not a lot of work. Once Tennolive begins at
Back to Warframe.
Triggered the release of a possessed Exilizer. Purge it before it pumps out even more void contamination. This cascade is growing out of control. Exilizer is ours. Exilizer suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse. Now the Exilizer's purged. Any casualties you inflict within its field will bring the contamination level down.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Possessed Exilizer located. Purge it and make it work for us. Exilizer spent.
So all that looks way cool. I'm excited to see where it all goes. I always did love magic, but I was torn between loving like magic and spiritual type of stuff and sci-fi because I love the realisticity of I don't know if it's a word I always loved the whole like things not always being as they seem, but let me explain it like this. I always loved the way magic made things not what they seemed exactly. That there was always just a hidden aspect that somehow just made the world that much more magical. So Soulframe, I think, is a really cool idea for DE to dip their toes into.
Spent Exilizer has been retired.
And Warframe has always been my go-to game whenever I'm like bored, whenever I'm trying to get my mind off something or anything. You know, it's just one of those games that I can just go back to because for some reason you never get tired of it. But I don't know. The science fiction aspect of it, it's science fiction is like kind of to the parallel of magic in the sense of like things not being what they seem. Things are exactly as they seem. But it's the fact that there's so many incredible things that people can make with that science and with that knowledge that leads to these situations that they find themselves in fiction. It's just so wonderful and crazy to read about, to explore, and to just inspire you to like make your own reality, you know? Like magic's for the artistic, science for the what's it called? What's the word? I can't think.
Our enemy has abandoned valuable supplies. This is yours now. Extract
It's on the
yourself
tip
when
of my
you need
tongue,
to.
but I can't think of it.
You just lost an Exilizer to possession. Get it back.
You know. Oh, Art of Warframe is up. Alright, switching back to that.
And it's jam-packed, so I'm going to stop yapping and let these guys introduce themselves. Say hello, Carrie. Hello, what do you do here?
I'm the art director on Warframe. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Gary. Yeah.
Gary.
Marco.
I'm Marco, Associate Art Director on Warframe, yes.
Yeah, Marco. Give it up for Marco. All right, Kaz. Hello.
Hello. I am Kaz. I am the lead weapons artist on Warframe.
Yeah, Kaz. Woo, 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 woo. And the lovely Greg. Hello, Greg.
Hi guys, my name is Greg, and I'm the character lead on Warframe. And I tried to upstage Kaz wearing these sunglasses, but I just can't pull it off.
Where's your leather jacket? You're missing the leather jacket. All right, and my name is Danielle Sokolowski. I'm your host for today. I'm also Warframe Senior Community Manager. Thank you for coming and watching. And hello, everyone watching from home. Hello. All right, so Ember Heirloom Collections launched this morning. Very exciting.
I'm so
Ember
tempted to get it,
Prime is
too.
also available right now through Prime Resurgence. But you know who else is available right now? Rhino Prime. So wouldn't it be cool if Rhino got an heirloom? Oh. Yeah, our boy Rhino is going to be next up to be receiving the heirloom treatment. And now this is a pretty special one for us, isn't it, Carrie?
Yeah, this one's great. I mean, for us to be able to lead the panel with something from Minky is
That one I'm getting for
feels
sure.
absolutely great because, of course, he's the foundation of so much of what we've done on the art side right from the very beginning. So, wicked piece right there, as you'd expect.
Absolutely. We love you, Minky. Thank you for this. So you can expect this in 2025. We'll also be showing more of Rhino
Oh, well, it's worth the wait,
Rhino
I'm betting.
Heirloom in future dev streams, so you'll want to tune in for that. Now, if that wasn't spicy enough, as is, why don't we take a look at the next Prime Access? Yeah. We're starting off hot here, guys. The Epitaph Prime. Oh, okay. All right. Now, Kaz, this is a pretty interesting layout
Sevagoth
for
Prime,
a
of
Prime
course.
weapon. Why would that be for the Epitaph Prime?
Yeah, so the Epitaph Prime is actually a really complicated weapon if you've ever used it. It's got a lot of moving parts on it, lots of like little arms that move around and articulate. It's got like a little scope thing on the top, and it shoots those huge square projectiles that kind of come back, like they just disintegrate from space and then come back again.
Yeah.
So it's really useful for concept art to be laid out like a blueprint like this, so you can see every single part clearly, and then we can just model it. It's great.
Yeah. And Liger was the original concept artist for the Epitaph, the base Epitaph as well.
Yep.
Yeah, which is great. Hi, Liger. Is Liger watching? I hope Liger's watching from home. Hello. Also, I apologize to the panelists because I've made this really difficult for you guys to talk about the Epitaph Prime without spoiling what's coming up next, although maybe some of you in the crowd already know what's coming. Maybe. Let's take a look at it fully construct. Yeah, hey, there you go. Kaz, this is your work. What was it like turning the concept into this gorgeous specimen we see here?
Beautiful.
It's always a treat being able to work from a concept that is that detailed.
That is stunning.
And and then you always end up embellishing a whole lot on top of that because you can't always draw every single little tiny detail into everything. So
always hitting it out of the park, dude.
I got to be able to kind of add some flourishes and just put my own little touches onto it in addition
I really
to
like the
Liger's
cloth on it.
amazing art.
The Kaz special.
That's nice.
All right, so I know, Kaz, you mentioned that the Epitaph, as we know, is already a pretty complex weapon in terms of movement and what you see in its animation. So why don't we actually take a look at what this weapon looks like in action? We've got a video here. Yeah. Ooh, we love that. Yeah, charge shot. That's a good one. It's also got a custom VFX as well, and I know we kind of had to do a bit of upgrading to the animations as well to fit how the Epitaph functions a little bit. So shout out Tim Sorman.
Yep.
I know I think he apologized to you guys for saying like, sorry, we made the Epitaph so complicated. I'll fix it. Don't worry. But here we are. Looking fabulous.
The original one, the little arms on the side actually stretch a whole bunch for these animations. So To clean it up for the Prime, I decided that we should probably do like ball joints or something.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Tim went further with it and decided to streamline it even more once you
So
got to the
gorgeous.
animation phase. So just all together, it just ended up being a very bespoke experience with this one.
Yeah, looking really badass too. All right, so what else do we have in this totally not obvious based off of what you've seen already upcoming Prime Access? How about a new Prime Sentinel?
No way. Derek?
More specifically,
Attacks on
the Nautilus Prime. Yes, our trusted Railjack Sentinel.
That makes more
Wink,
sense.
wink.
Okay.
And as you probably would guess with this little guy, the Nautilus Prime rather, will be coming with its signature weapon, the Vergless Prime.
Nice.
And also some Prime Sentinel accessories. Kaz, we did a little number here with these. Anything interesting about the accessories that we see them up here?
Yeah, so this is a pretty complicated Sentinel with some pretty complicated looking accessories as well. We put a bunch of flourishes on with the effects on this one to maybe match something else a little better.
Also, just so that you guys can understand what you're seeing here, we've got the wings, the tail, and we've also got the mask. And it is being modeled on the Nautilus Prime, but it will be equipable on any and all of your Sentinels. All right. So we've got the Epitaph Prime, Nautilus Prime, the Prime Sentinel accessories. Got some pretty good clues here. Any guesses on who might be the featured
Space
Warframe in
Pirate
this Prime Access?
Dude, I got it.
Oh my God. No hesitation. Yeah, you got it. That was record speed. Also, probably some cosmic Twitch messages coming through pretty rapid fire. All right, yes. Our captain
Let's
of the
go.
Tempest Story, Sevagoth Prime, is our next Prime Access. So, Greg, what were some of the inspirations, themes, maybe even, epochs, time periods that inspired Sevagoth Prime?
Yeah, I think Sevagoth, obviously, there's a lot of allusions to kind of a naval and a sea-bearing sort of themes. So for this one, Liger's concept was directed towards more like 18th century. You see the tricorn hat motifs.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's sick.
The tassels on kind of a parade naval uniform. And so, obviously knocked it out of the park. It's Sevagoth is a very complex character,
Yes.
In normal form. And I think the Prime only cascades the complexity even higher.
100%.
Oh,
And
man.
now another Liger original here. Liger, also the original concept artist of Sevagoth. Now, Carrie, what's it like for an artist to come back to their previous work and get a chance to make something Prime out of it?
Well, it is a bit of a different thing for us because, often an artist does a piece and then it goes out, but with live surface, things sort of come back to you. So I guess, for other industries, you'd be doing your sequels and stuff like that,
Right.
if you're lucky enough to. And in
Yeah.
our case, you get to come back to something like this and suddenly you're doing a powdered wig and Warframe.
Yeah, super special for our concept artist. I know we've got kind of like a don't talk to me or my son or my grandson situation happening in the concept. For those of you who are familiar with Sevagoth, you'll recognize the little dude, or maybe not, on the end there. We'll get back to him in a bit. But of course, an essential to Sevagoth's characteristic is his shadow. Yeah. And this is crazy. The Exalted Shadow. Yeah, Kaz has got the
I'm a fan.
got the claws on lock there. This is obviously very, very cool. What was the direction of the shadow in comparison to Sevagoth? Was there some kind of like additional resources or references that were used?
Yeah, you can tell in the concept, excuse me, some of the quilted tufted leathers and fabrics, obviously some, deep sea creatures, some fins, and, the shawl, well, it's kind of almost like a shawl on top of the Sevagoth Prime, so it really kind of exaggerates the profile and makes it much more regal and, blending both the creature and almost like a parade uniform. And, so really bringing up the feeling of kind of a regal, royal, and parade uniform. So.
Oh, we love that. On the left there, we also see kind of like a rough sketched outline of what I believe is base shadow. So how does the team create such extravagant designs that can still fit on the base mesh that is already need to consider, this is a playable character. It has abilities, it has its own set of abilities. You still need to be able to see, nothing needs to obfuscate players' view. So how do you guys go in achieving that and getting something like this?
Something like this is probably something you do after you've been doing it for a long time. That does help. But the premise is still like if you were sculpting with clay, you'd have like the wire armature at the bottom, and that's how your arms and your shoulders and everything move. And that's still the major points. But then beyond that, it can get more and more complicated as time. And I think Greg, you've had to do these things for years and years. So like, is there 3 top tips for that?
There's really no secret. I think there's a lot of trial and error, and we use a software like Basecamp that tracks the entire progress of a task, and we were just talking about it earlier.
We were.
In backstage, and when you review a particular asset and the steps it goes through back and forth, sometimes it's a little bit of just hard work and a lot of perseverance, and we can kind of get it there, and it really comes together in the last 25%.
Yeah. And come together it did, because this is a crazy. We're gonna maybe get a little bit of a closer look at it later. But why don't we get into an accessory coming with Sevagoth Prime Access, which is our first Prime Signa to ever come in a Prime Access. And I also believe this is the first Signa style where we kind of divert away from the Halo stylings that we've been doing thus far. So why did we want to take a new direction with it with Sevagoth?
Because we were trying to take some stylings from the character himself, and we thought it would be just cool if you could put this plume on any character, because why not? It's cool.
Yeah. Everyone can essentially become a cool, really regal pirate, I guess, at the end of the day. We've also got, we're going to transition into some in-game shots here. We've got, of course, the model here. And I think, as you had mentioned, that there was some pretty interesting things going on with that like golden sheen that we also see on there.
Yeah, so we noticed this on the character. The character artist was doing something really interesting. Usually with emissive, that tail is emissive, by the way, we just put black as a background so that the emissive color comes out more boldly, but the character artist actually put just the gold underneath it and let it shine through a little bit, so you get this beautiful, like, ephemeral look of just this gold gleam over everything.
It's honestly stunning. I was running around with it in the dev build the other day, and the feathers bounce around with you, and you get that beautiful sheen coming through. So good job, Kez. Good job, team. All right.
It's character team.
Character team. Shout out. All right. Do you guys want to see Sevagoth Prime?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. There's our boy. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful boy. All right, Antonio is a wizard, because taking this from concept to what you're seeing here is absolutely. Also, you can now actually see the back of him, which was something that you guys didn't see in the concept, so you can see even more of that extravagant kind of design coming through there. As you mentioned, Greg, Sevagoth's base model is fairly complex as is, so how did you guys make it possible to kind of push the limits of how Sevagoth could look?
Yeah, I think each prime is its own unique challenge. We obviously want to preserve some of the original for pretty pragmatic Tennocon reasons, right? So some people want to mix and match their outfit.
Shout out Tennocon.
Prime parts. But in the case of Sevagoth Prime, the rework was quite extensive. There's a significant amount of the vanilla body underneath, so you'll be able to swap stuff. But in order to kind of serve the design and it's not such a significant departure in terms of the themes, but I think this prime in particular is very, very special. Again, Sevagoth, the original Sevagoth, is a complex one.
Yes.
And this one just kind of ups the notch a little bit. So yeah, it's again, I think with my previous answer, there's no real secret sauce. It's just kind of judging what we can keep and what we can rework. And Sevagoth Prime is an example where we put a lot of effort into really jazzing him up significantly.
Yeah, and he's stunning. Now, remember how I mentioned the little guy in the concept? Well, if you are a Sevagoth player, you know about his passive when you're down. So he's got a really crazy tombstone. I don't feel like it's correct to call this a tombstone. It's
like a bust.
Too nice. And Sevagoth is going to have to open up his own personal museum of himself with all the tombstones he's racking up at this point. But we got kind of like a little bit of like a Grecian styling here. Were there any other kind of like references used? It does look like a museum piece.
Yeah, I think Antonio kind of took parts of the original mesh, and then you can see in the concept we wrapped this cloth around it. It's, it's not really a tombstone at this point. It's more almost like a shrine or a pedestal.
Right.
It's like vanity times 1,000, I think.
Yeah.
But I think Sevagoth deserves it. So
100%.
It looks amazing.
It really does. And now, while Sevagoth is living lavish in his tombstone, Shadow Prime is going to be hard at work trying to bring him back. Yeah. Those claws are crazy. Are they bigger than the base Sevagoth, or are they just cooler?
Well, it is hard to have anything look worse when it's in gold. So,
Great point, Carrie. Great point. Also, Shadow would probably make a really good Lunaro player. He's basically got Arcadas for arms at this point. All right. So, also the tail. Crazy. The tail is really fun. The tail does kind of swish around a little bit when you're moving around. It's really fun. All right. We are going to, so we've seen every single piece of Sevagoth Prime in Sevagoth Prime Access. Now, why don't we get a 360 look at Sevagoth Prime and his Exalted Prime Shadow. There he is. We'll give him a spin. All right. So, to recap, we have Sevagoth Prime, his Exalted Shadow Prime, the Epitaph Prime, the Prime Signa, Nautilus Prime Sentinel, the Sentinel Prime accessories, and those are all coming in our next Prime Access. All right, we're going to let him complete his spin there, but it wouldn't be an art panel without... What's that? The Tempestari Prime? Did I just hear you want a Tempestari Prime? I guess a Prime Captain does need a Prime ship. Carrie. I don't know. That's a big ordeal.
Well, it's an idea.
It's an idea. It's an idea.
Railjet Prime.
Keep that in the back of our minds. It wouldn't be an art panel without showing you guys the next deluxe skin, right? All right. We're going to introduce you now to Caliban Deluxe.
Caliban.
Let's see our boy. Yeah.
Caliban mentioned.
Yes. What an upgrade. Oh my God. Okay, so there are some very cool themes here. What were the main source materials for Caliban Deluxe?
Yeah, I think the original Caliban is sort of a character out of Shakespearean play, and it kind of portrayed as a half human, half creature. So those are the themes we were exploring at the very beginning when we were concepting this. So something was settled on, that kind of the duality, and that is what Caliban, the original Caliban, is as well in Warframe. So here it's sort of a medieval armored soldier, and maybe a bit of like a sea creature from the deep, from the swamp, kind of blending those two elements together.
Right. And now, Carrie, how does the team go about choosing deluxe skin themes for Warframes while still kind of honoring and maintaining the core visual elements of the Warframe, and obviously more specifically Caliban Deluxe here?
That is definitely a group effort. Like Rebecca's very involved with that step as well, and there's lots of people who identify with each Warframe quite well, so that it's well advocated for, and you work your way through ideas and thumbnailing stage, and there's lots of ways to step yourself towards that, which is what we need to do.
Right.
Pretty sure you'd want to make a point on one of the other themes for it.
Oh yeah, well, you try to settle down on a main theme, and over what Greg mentioned early on, we decided to do more of a Death Knight kind of vibe on this one. Still trying to keep some characteristics from Caliban itself. So you have the middle section still open. We went a bit more overboard with the VFX there. And all his accessories are going to be also inheriting some of this.
Marco, you're spoiling things for people. So yes, a core element of Caliban's kit, as you may know, and kind of lends to his sentient nature, is of course his lethal progeny Conculist, which, as you can see here, have also been deluxified. If we come back over to these, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, so from their heads to their toes to their baton, they don't have toes, to their baton arms, they got a completely new look. And you guys really went the extra mile with this deluxe, because I think originally the Conculus maybe weren't going to get deluxified, and then some you guys are like, nah, we got to pull it all the way through. So how did you go about creating such a complementary companion to Caliban Deluxe?
Well, you still try to keep some of the characteristics from the original character. In this case, the armored look. We still have some of the cloth in the back. Of course, you have to still go over with the rig of the original asset, which in this case was the Conculist. But we gave them baton arms or back scratchers.
Yeah, back scratchers. All right, so obviously we need a equally deadly weapon skin to complete the look. So this brings us to this insanely cool Scythe Deluxe skin. Kaz, tell us a little bit more about this.
Yeah, so on the character, there's a lot of like fleshy areas and stuff. We kind of want to change those areas into something that's not flesh, because you don't have a weapon that's made of like your arm or something. That'd be weird. So we kind of leaned more into the hard materials and stuff with this one, but we still wanted to retain some of that ephemeral kind of, or ethereal kind of look to it. So we've got the top section is actually floating on the effects there. And this folds up just like the original, the Venado.
Yeah.
But it is a scythe skin for all of the scythes.
So styled after the Venado, but skin for all.
Yes.
All right, so a deluxe collection obviously wouldn't be complete without some kind of cosmetic accessory as well. So why don't we transfer the haunting aura of Caliban Deluxe into an ephemera? Yeah.
He's like a Dullahan.
What?
Not exactly.
Well, you follow the same theme of this summoning that night, and in this case, maybe the souls he is picking from right there available to him.
Oh, we love it. Look at those guys go. Oh my goodness. All right, so that's not all for Caliban, Tenno. You'll want to tune into Tennolive to learn more about Caliban's future.
What? Caliban rework?
Ooh. All right, so since we see Caliban hanging out in Albrecht's laboratories, living his best life, we're going to switch it up here, and we're going to have a look at some of the foundational concepts that brought us the labs and the man-on-the-wall environments from the Whispers in the Wall update. So we're going to start with this one here. Marco, this one's really cool. What are we looking at here?
These were very early steps into the Man in the Wall project. In this case, we knew we were going to tie them to the Entrati labs. So we took what we had at the time, which was the Demos hall, and try to represent the Man in the Wall. In this case, start ideating what would it look like, in this case, literally overlapping to our reality and breaking the walls and coming through the walls.
Ooh. Yeah, opening up that door into something like this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Gradually, you try and picture what's on the other side. And in this case, you have this weird kind of labyrinth skybox on top. Yeah. Some of this floating weird architecture.
Right.
Initially, we went very generic, like floating piece and bits. And gradually, we tried to integrate some more architectural pieces from the brutalism architecture.
Ooh, yeah, actually, we see that we're starting to kind of see that in here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the, poor Excalibur.
Those are very huge.
It is, yeah, it kind of gives you an idea of what you guys were going for in terms of scale, like really making this tile set feel impactful and kind of dreadful at the same time, right? Like bigger than you, bigger than anything.
Well, we haven't really meant to imply that the man in the wall would be like a happy person or anything, so.
Very fair. Glad you brought that up, Carrie, because we can't talk about these environments without actually talking about the man in the wall himself. Yeah, this is crazy. I know there could have been like a million different ways you guys could have gone in integrating what we know the man in the wall as now. So how did you guys settle on those particular elements pulled from our boy Wally?
Well, I mean, at the beginning, we were looking at a lot of body horror aspects and stuff right down close, and you do have to be honest, like, what is achievable? If you have to do like a character sculpt for everything, that's not going to get done now. So we simplified in the foreground, but there's a lot of those elements in the skybox and similar, and you can see how we sort of made progress on that over time.
Right. We're seeing a bit more of kind of like that brutalism that you guys were talking about. A lot of stairs and ramps that don't really go anywhere, maybe foreshadowing our prospects here, but we also see that a little bit more in here as well.
A lot of overhead and floating pieces as well.
Yeah.
In the environments.
Yeah, and I guess that also would have lended over to the Murmur faction too, right? Okay.
Very much wound up being a cross-pollination.
Right, awesome. All right, so I believe, do I have one more here? Oh, we do. This is kind of getting to more what we're familiar with now as you roam around the Man in the Wall tile set. So we also added something here too, I believe.
Gradually you try to add elements to the original theme. In this case, we started implementing like sand floors and sand flowing up, weirdly enough.
Why does it flow up, Marco?
Well, we know it's a void dimension. It doesn't really have a specific time flow as we normally will look at.
Eternalism. All right, so from concept to execution, there are obviously many stages to how a level actually gets built. So let's take a look at the part of the fragmented arena where we went from, gray boxes here to what you kind of know it as now. And we're going to see a bit more of that sand going the wrong way. But man, lighting and volumetric fog makes a huge difference.
It really does help. Yeah, we can't say enough. Like, thank you, graphics programmers. You're great.
Yeah, thank you for that, because it really brings a certain kind of moodiness and liveliness to these tile sets while you're hacking and slashing away there. And
props to the environment team. And
it's a team sport all the way down. But
which there you go. You can see their lovely names of the wonderful people who worked on that particular tile. So yes, please applaud them. Please, they deserve it. They deserve their flowers. Absolutely. Oh, that gave me chills. All right, so we've seen how the Man in the Wall sausage is made. It's time for us to explore Albrecht's laboratory, since these two areas are very highly intertwined, of course. What were the early days of mapping out Albrecht's laboratories like?
Well, we were working from some of the prior work with Deimos, so you'll see a lot of the same bones, but of course this has far more flourish, and there was, what would a mad Victorian scientist in a sci-fi world wielding void energy do?
A lot of things, apparently, and a lot of really neat machinery to accomplish those tasks. Some arcana and whatnot. Time seems to be a very important theme here.
Yeah, if you need to time your eggs or go back in time, you've got your machine right there.
Thanks, Albrecht. All right. Also, obviously, before we get to that, we have this, of course, the streaming connector. So what bridges the gap between the Sanctum Anatomica and you actually entering Albrecht's laboratories. And this is a crazy area. You're only in there for so many seconds, but it's just, there's a lot happening, and I really want to know how you guys go about concepting something that's going to obviously have so much movement and impact.
I think that one actually, Rebecca may have mentioned some of the early type of gyroscope and clock connections and stuff like that. Then you kind of rough it in the space, and then you do a few versions to give yourself motion sickness. And then once you get past that, you start to get into sort of the same ornate family that you see in a lot of other pieces.
Right. Yeah, like Iotans, a lot of those highly moving parts that we've seen already in Warframe. All right. Now, once you actually get into the labs, you get to see a bit more of that opulence, that classic Entrati stylings. And not only that, but we also, of course, get very familiar with the vessels in these areas. And this is a very early concept of the vessels. So how was that process like?
Well, initially it didn't start as vessels. We were thinking about Albrecht potentially taking elements from the Man in the Wall dimensions, or parts of it, and bringing it back to the labs and running experiments or research in general. So yeah, you will have different body parts looking things happening in the labs.
Yeah.
And that's actually what sparked the idea to make a whole person or a whole figure about it, and which became the vessel later on.
Right. We put all the pieces together, the heart, the brain. I know there's a brain floating around there in the tiles. And yeah, we get to see a little bit more of that kind of exploration here as well.
Yeah, and I think help to that idea was the fact that we were doing a hub around it. So we had to fill a very big space.
That was a very iconic moment where you're coming down out of the staircase, you go through the doors, and then he's kind of leaning, and it was the thing that kind of checkmark for the scene. It all worked, so yeah. Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you, Alberto. Yeah, those really impactful moments. And here is kind of like where we're seeing ultimately where we landed with the vessels, a bit more familiar to what we know it as now. And then I do believe we also have a very cool progress video of Albrecht's laboratories with a tile that prominently features the vessels. Yes. It's amazing to see. And this is only 40 seconds of a video, but this is like potentially months of work put in from the team.
At this step, a lot of like the Lego pieces, so to speak, so like your walls and things like that are pretty well established. So parts of it click in pretty quick, but yeah, the work to get to the point where these things can go quickly it's a huge pile. So.
Absolutely. And again, that lighting coming in, the volumetric fog, just making it so moody. Yeah, and there's the sand again. It's back. All right. Yep. Again, another applause for our wonderful team. And we can't talk about Whispers on the Wall without talking about 1999, right?
I love this piece. I just want to say
no,
that.
it's one of the, and it's also one of the cooler, well, there's lots of cool moments in that quest, but this is a pretty fun moment of the quest. You're wandering around the labs, you hear that like subway chime, you hear the voiceover come on, and then the next thing you know, it's ripping right in front of you. And it kind of leads us into the really, really cool moment with Arthur. And is this the Arthur concept? Is this where you guys kind of envisioned that going in the quest?
This would be illustrating some of the early ideas for the quest, yeah. We hadn't completely settled on Arthur at this point, as you can kind of tell by the head. But, other than that, yeah, this is trying to capture those moments, which I think, folks will remember from the quest fairly clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, yeah, we can see a little bit here of that building out the subway itself. And I imagine you guys had quite a myriad of references to pull from 1999. And was there anything in particular that kind of helped build this subway area up that we're briefly in for a little bit, but...
Well, I mean, like, some of us were old enough to experience it pretty well, so...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, and...
We're so glad everybody was able to get here because it sounded like a bit of a bad couple of days, so yeah.
It looks like history is repeating itself, and maybe Mike has a magic, I don't know, some kind of look into the future.
Yeah, we didn't have a crystal ball, but, we were thinking about it.
Yeah, things haven't changed much since 1999, but...
A strange relic of the past.
Oh, wow. We also see someone's kind of poking their head out there in the window. We also obviously can't talk about this moment in the quest without bringing in our boy Arthur. Yes, we love Arthur. We love Arthur. And also, more specifically, his weapons, which you guys have been asking us to give you. And luckily, if you're watching this panel and the rest of the panels, you are actually earning the AX52 that you see in his hand right now via Twitch drops. And if you guys are in here right now. Don't worry, we're sending you an email with a code. So let's have a look at some of the exploratory concepts that went into the
way they,
AX52. Now, Kaz, as I understand it, this was a pretty interesting exercise for the team on,
not like actual proto, but like
going through a more kind of traditional weaponry.
proto-modern Excalibur.
Everyone
not
on the
Dark
team has different likes and dislikes and like things that they're
Very neat
comfortable with
design.
making and things that they really want to make. People like doing Infested, people like doing the Corpus stuff or the Tenno stuff. There are some people who really just wanted to make some real-life weapons, and this is about as close as we're going to get in Warframe. And we had two very enthusiastic people working on this, people who are big fans of the original real-life counterpart of this weapon, obviously, the AK-47. So it was really cool to see their enthusiasm come through on both the concept and the modeling of this weapon.
Yeah, we can see that we're getting this final concept piece that brought us to, of course, the weapon itself. It's very cool. And again, AX52, this is yours, guys. It's a full-blown weapon that you'll be able to use. Now, we can't forget about Arthur's melee weapon either. Yes, and this will be a sword skin that you can equip on your swords. Now, the cloth around the ricasso of the sword, I'm not sure. I'm not a swordologist. I don't know what that is. But is it fashion or is it function?
Maybe a little both. Okay. You know, like you got to wipe your sword off sometimes.
Arthur's a stylish
conveniently red colored. You know, you never know what you're going to be wiping off. Maybe it's just ketchup or something, right?
Well,
spreading some jam on your toast in the morning. You know.
Yeah, Arthur's got to feed himself before he goes out and hacks and slashes all those bad dudes out there. But were there other kind of embellishments that we explored other than the cloth for the sword?
Yeah, at some point we were thinking about putting maybe a Tamagotchi or something on it.
The idea of Arthur having a little Tamagotchi buddy is incredible. I think we need to maybe make that happen at some point. But yes, you will be able to equip this protocol sword skin on all of your swords in the 1999 update. We've also got more 1999 weaponry, and here's something you guys haven't seen yet. Yeah, it's a good one. All right. We've got a camcorder situation going on in there. It's Kaz, what's going on with this here weapon?
Yeah, it's got a little 90s style little flip out screen. You know, it's 90s.
Yeah. And again, this was probably a cool way for you guys to explore a bit more on what we can do, on the tech side of things, how do we want to implement more of that 90s tech into even our weaponry?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so all of the textures that we're exploring here are going to be shared across all the weapons and stuff, and we've got these weird tubes going on there. I wonder what those are for.
Oh, can we tell them, or is that not yet? Oh, I see Greg shaking his head. Spoilers. Okay, no, we're not going to get into it.
Anything.
Here we can see it actually. Yeah. Now I really want to know what's in the tubes.
I'll keep looking.
Oh, all right. We'll have to just wait and see. And it does bear a similar theme to some other things you may see later on. All right. So we got a bit of an interim here. We're going to look at a little bit more of the 1999 content to come, but before, let's take a moment to announce that there will be a limited time opportunity for players to submit their 1999 themed Drifter accessories. So if you are a Tennogen artist, or if you are a aspiring Tennogen artist, I know we actually have a Tennogen workshop. Kaz, you're going to be on that for those of you attending here. I think it's at 3? Yeah.
How many Tennogen people are out here in the crowd? There's a few.
No. I heard a clap. But if you'd like to, check out the Tennogen
I appreciate
workshop.
you.
Yeah. But if you'd like to get in some cool 1999 accessories, we will have a more detailed post after Tennolive tonight, so you want to keep your eyes out for that. What do you guys want to see our Tennogen artists do for 1999 content? There's so much.
Well, obviously shutter shades, all right?
Yes. Okay, see, people are agreeing. All right. We are going to change gears here.
Change gears.
Thank you, Kaz. Put that in just for you. We're going to take a look at Warframe's next vehicle, the Atomy Cycle, but since Aoi was introduced with the Atomy Cycle earlier this year, it only feels right to also introduce you to her floof. Yes, very adorable. We have Arthur, now we have Aoi. Greg, what's it been like for the team to kind of venture out in floofs?
Yeah, these are really fun. I don't want to spoil too much, but these might not be the only floofs that might be coming. But yeah, we made one for Arthur, and Aoi was a logical choice. But again, I don't want to spoil too many things here, so.
Okay, we'll keep it safe. All right, so we're going to take a closer look at the Atomicycle that Aoi was leaning on. We've got a really cool video to show them off. Let's see the Atomicycle. Yes. Yes, DE has a lot of motorcycle enthusiasts, and actually a lot of the animators actually ride bikes, which came in handy. And I know, Kaz, you're a fan of motorcycles, and you're also maybe a really good friend of the Stug, so... Oh, I'm hearing oohs and ahs. Yes, did the skin change? Yes, there will be skins.
We got a few skins coming.
Yes, we do have a few skins coming.
These aren't all of them, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, Kaz, keeping secrets. So yeah, tell us, Kaz, what's it been like to bring this new vehicle into Warframe with the team?
So when I got word that we needed the Atomicycle ready for the PAX trailer pretty quickly, I decided that I needed to become a motorcycle expert very quickly so that I could lead my artists to create the motorcycle. There's no way I was making it that fast. So I recruited 3 of my guys. It was Andrew, Fyodor, and Vladimir, and we worked together to bring this to life. And then I did the final textures on it, and then we started making skins, and that's the really fun part.
Yes, that's the fun part. And I, as I understand it, there'll also be color customizable to a certain degree.
Yep.
Yeah, and we love that. Yeah. Oh, a clap. We got. Yeah. We love fashion. We love fashion in Warframe. We love colors. All right. So, with such a cool bike, you're going to need an equally cool set of keys. And I don't know if the camera is able to get like a cool shot of Kaz, but Kaz, you always come with the props, and Kaz made a real Atomicycle. Well, Atomicycles don't exist, but yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that, but looking fresh. Now, obviously, I think we can tell which of the keys is the Atomicycle key. Do the other keys do anything? Are they anything special? House keys?
There's something scratched out there on one of them. I wonder what that one says.
Okay, take your screenshots, y'all, and try and see if you can decipher that. All right. Now, we also have a video here from our animation team, and I don't believe this is the first time you guys are actually seeing some of the... Oh, man, yeah, okay, this is the first time you guys are seeing some of this. So let's see a little bit of it. See, wee, yeah. This is very... Oh, orthopedic surgeons look away. Yeah, incredible. So that's just some of the animations. Just a little.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Yeah, shout out Jay too, who is also rides a motorcycle as well. So there you go. All right. Now, we've got the cool fast bikes. We've got the cool keys. Where are you going to go? How about the mall? What?
What's kids? We're going shopping.
Yes, actually.
Yeah. A mall.
Really?
A mall in Warframe. This looks very familiar to me because this was my old stomping grounds as a mall rat myself, but this is not what I would expect to see in Warframe. So it's going to be kind of hard for us to talk about some things without spoiling anything, but can we say anything about this hallway? Or not?
It might be very familiar at some point for players.
Okay. Oh, it does get more familiar. Yes, it does. With a little hint of something new, though. This isn't exactly the infested we're entirely familiar with. We went from something like really pristine and polished here to kind of a mess. And I'm just curious, what's going on here? What we're looking at?
Well, we know that the infested are a part of the 1999 experience. So in this case, we were trying to see how we could make them a bit more spicy for this section.
The infested get spicier than what they are right now? Oh my God, I'm terrified.
Apparently they do.
Oh my God. Corey actually let me know as well. I'm going to just read a quote here. You wanted to create anglerfish-like lures to kind of pull out any potential victims. You pulled a lot from arcade games and other electronics to kind of merge in with that infested style, appropriate era TVs and stuff like that, and referenced a lot of jungles and abandoned malls. Maybe one that we are familiar with, but we also got to have a furniture store. Perhaps you're looking for a mattress. Hopefully not the ones you get at Cetus, because they're kind of nasty. Yeah, we've got, again, not sure how much we can really spill the beans here on, but...
No, there'd be some very upset people who will be showing up later that would kill us, yeah.
Well, let's take a look and see
That's gotta be where they sell the decor and like...
Oh, the mall's watering hole. We've got pizza, burgers, and a high chance of food poisoning, I'm guessing, as well. Yeah, the graphics are very fun for this. Actually, this might look familiar to you guys. Maybe tease this a little bit. Yeah. All right, so you fill up on pizza, you fill up on burgers, you take your greasy, grubby fingers over to the arcade. I can smell this carpet through the screen. It's just feet. This is cool, though, because we have a chance to make some games within a game. So any games that we can spoil anything about the games?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is some folks' childhood right there as well, so it's an interesting location for us to see, and I think you'll get a kick out of it later today.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, you will be visiting this later today. Don't be late.
I think everybody expected that.
Yeah, okay. Yes, this is true. All right. We're getting up to our final area here. What's the time looking like? All right. So now who might you meet in 1999? What characters will you come across? Maybe even in a place like this. How about a new Warframe? This is a Keith Thompson original. Keith, hello, Keith. Is Keith here?
It's an old one.
Yeah, this is an old one. What can we say about Site 09's design here?
Yeah, so this is one of the more original Keith Thompson's interpretations for Site 09. You can probably see we were going for themes of maybe like a weapons specialist, military war veteran perhaps, like an infantry, expeditionary marine. You can kind of see a bit of like an army boot, bandoliers, layers of armor, obviously Warframed up. Nothing is ever quite so generic in Warframe, but those are kind of the themes we're playing with here.
Right, and I know Keith had shared with me that the pose is pretty integral to his design, and that he couldn't really imagine another frame posing quite like this, so it's going to be a pretty interesting character, I think. And also we see a weapon in Site 09's hand as well. Now, Kaz, is that going to be a weapon that players will be able to grab?
Yeah, so we did make a weapon based on this, but we wanted to change the belt feed there so that it's a little more interesting from the player angle, and because it's pretty flat from if you're looking at it third person and stuff. We also wanted to bring some more very Tenno things into this to give it some contrast with the rest of the 1999 world. So we added a wooden stock and some of our old, like more classic kind of nods for Warframe into this weapon.
Right. And we're not going to dig too much deeper into the weapon, but you might see it later, potentially. Now we also kind of took another stab at it here. Yeah, we have a revised concept here by Corey. And what were some of the things that we obviously held true to the original design, but that was kind of reviewed once again for purposes of putting them in game?
Yeah, from what Kit gives us, we usually still try to get another pass to back view in this case, eventually an alt helmet, a color pass as well, material maybe. And so that's the extra step to get it closer to the finish line.
Yes, the bells and whistles. Yeah, you can really see the fabulous details here as well. And do you guys want to see him in game?
Oh.
Yeah? All right. Here's our boy, Site 09. I've noticed that the color scheme has shifted away from the revised concept. What was some of the thinking there?
Not really. Nothing
No
special.
thought.
Just stepping away maybe from more brownish colors into what we went to more green.
Something a bit more neutral. Yeah. Anything else we can say about potentially what players could expect from him in terms of maybe abilities or?
Nope.
No.
That's people later today.
Sorry, I'm trying to learn things, trying to get things out of you guys. All right. This is very cool, very exciting for us. This is Site 09 is going to be coming out with the 1999 update. Yes, and you might again learn more about him later. Right, we're about to wrap up here. We're about to wrap up. So we've made it to the end. We're about to close the panel off, but while we do that, we've got a 360 look at Site 09 here, so you can really get a feel for him. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, fabulous. There is also, I believe, hopefully, hi editorial team, if you can hear me out there, there is an article up at warframe.com that features some of the artists' work and kind of a blurb in their own words on working on some of the things that they saw here. So if you would like to learn more from the artists themselves, you can. You can go on over to that article and shout out to our artists who wanted to share that with you guys. And yes, you can clap. Yes. Thank you so much, guys, for all that you do. Warframe is very special, thanks to you guys, and thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you to the whole art team. You guys,
for real,
gals are amazing. And everybody involved. So thank you, and thank you, Danielle, for putting together the presentation. She does so much work to make this look smooth because I would not be smooth. So.
They made my life easy because they get to make this cool stuff here, and I just get to show it off to you guys. So yeah. But yes, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you, Greg. Can we hear another round of applause for incredible panelists on stage here? Yeah. Yeah. And like Carrie said, thank you to our art team. We're so lucky and proud to have you share your talents with us and with the community. And we're so excited we got to show you some really cool stuff today. And of course, thank you to the Warframe team in its entirety. And we got a minute here for any final words. Any final words you want to say to the community watching out there?
Thanks for playing our game.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a good way to end it off. All right. Thank you guys for watching. We've got the Sounds of the System panel up next with Zach and the sound teams. You're not going to want to miss that, yeah? Enjoy the rest of Tennocon, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for watching. Have a good one, okay? Bye.
All right, very cool. Sorry I didn't talk much during that. Just kind of like, I don't know. I will be honest. I'm not entirely sold on the helmet, but who knows? We'll see. I keep getting mad at this. Warframe once again. I forgot to do the other thing. Because I'm silly. Alright. Oh, wait. Alright, so. Wow. I am always impressed with all the work they do. This, especially. Because, wow. That's all I'm like at a loss for words, just how much effort they put into all that. It's so gorgeous. Like, the design of the Entrati set, tile set, the design of all the other places, it's like, it's beautiful. Like, I can't even draw like architecture that well. I could not imagine myself doing anything close to what they do with theirs. It's remarkable. Completely remarkable. So, in the meantime, while we wait for Tennolive, may as well play some Warframe. What else? Okay. Oh, wait. Alrighty. Ah, man. That all looks so cool. Velox. Please? Okay, cool. That was weird. It wasn't connecting me.
The Orokin Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support. done, Tenno. Your relic is opened. Fighters will soon attack. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
Yeah, I'm loving these dual Prisma. I needed something big like that. Absolutely.
Void manifestations, drawn to this cursed place of stolen lives. They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed. relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I apologize for not reading chat as often as I should. That is completely on me. But I'm still just trying to get my other monitor set up right now, and I know it's frustrating for me to not be able to interact actively with you guys while I'm doing this. But no, that's an excuse. No, I should work on it. Definitely. Absolutely.
Those oculists are scanning for targets. The scent gauge is on to you. Look out for troopers.
Very nice. I'm thinking I might do some drawing streams too. Something like that.
Tenno, the Void has summoned a new presence and it craves our life support. Destroy these manifestations. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. You safe in the dark age that followed the fall. Kept whispering perfect one. Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I feel we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy these void-stained enemies. Fighters incoming.
shoot, I didn't realize that it was still... My bad.
Frame's abilities are all in the same key and in one chord, actually, that fit really well with the music that we'd already recorded. Whenever you're in the studio recording, the magic and the feel that you get from live musicians, you just can't reproduce that. So that's something that we'll definitely be looking to do for score again in the future.
Amazing. Now, Mark, a choir background.
Oh.
Tell us a bit more about that.
Yes. Shout out to Amabile Choirs of Canada. Local, very renowned local choir here. I grew up singing, so I've got a cool background. Yeah, I was very excited when I heard about Jade. I absolutely wanted to grab the sound design for her.
Was there
How come I'm only finding out about this now, Mark? Come on, where have you been hiding this?
Secret.
Might have come up in an interview, George.
Oh. What were some of the specific things from your time in a choir that jumped out when you were making the ability sounds for Jade?
Sorry, say that again, Zach.
What were some of the things that you had from your time in choir that jumped out right as you were making these abilities?
Honestly, a lot of the sounds in Jade and a couple people in the choir that we recorded with Matt remarked on this, that it's really a lot of vocal warm-ups that you're hearing in Jade. It's a lot of that whisper shouting, the dissonance. It's people loosening up their voices, and you just get some really cool creative sounds when there's a group of people doing that, and they play off each other as well. It's just something that you need live singers to be able to do. Like Eric said, you can't just use a synthesizer for that.
I love it. Right, let's move on to our next topic, weapons and warframes. If you've seen the dev stream before, we love taking a look at how certain weapons and warframes are made directly from the desks of our sound designers. And we do have a few videos for you today covering all things Jade Shadows. But before we dive in, Mark, again, you had a chance to do some of the ability sounds for Jade, as we were talking about. How did that differ from previous warframe sounds that you've worked on?
Yeah, I guess just coming back to the choral background, for Jade, I had a pretty good sense right out of the gate, the overall tone that I was going for. It wasn't something that I had to figure out or sit down and, workshop. I had a pretty good sense in my own mind of the type of tone we were going for, and that's pretty similar to what you hear. And then for the more, to bring that into the warframe language of sound design, Eric had some great design direction there as well. And in terms of dealing with the choir themselves, I mean, Matt's the choir whisperer over here. He was able to take what was in my head and just communicate it to them in just an incredible way and try out some new things too.
Well, Mark had a lot of great ideas, and I would just be like, okay, let's try that, and then basically direct them. If we're wavering pitch or something, I'd be like, if I go up, we're all going up, or if I'm like going up on this side and down on this side. So we just like got them all doing a bunch of experiments, and you'll hear it in the upcoming videos. They were put to good use.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a great library of sounds now with this choir. You're going to hear a lot of it even later on today and some of the 1999 stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
my goodness.
Hell yeah.
Well, let's take a listen to what you cooked up.
Hey, I'm Mark, and I'm a sound designer here at Digital Extremes. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the sounds behind Jade's third ability.
Let's take a quick listen to how the ability sounds in-game. Now let's check out the Reaper session so we can peel back the layers that make up this ability's sound. Let's take a listen to just the choral sounds in this ability. Now let's mute the choir to hear everything else. That's good, but what really makes Jade special is all that choir. And so here's how that fits in. First, we have the initial impact. This is made up of a shout, some harsh whispers, and the choir singing a chord. We also have this sustained section, which represents the eyes that surround Jade during this ability. And making up this section, we have another more dissonant choir chord and some more sustained choir whispers.
I love the sound design of
And now let's listen to these without any effects to get a better sense of how the choir sounds on their own. That's incredible, but we still want to add a bit of movement. There are a handful of plugins on each of these tracks, but this spin tracer is really doing some heavy lifting. It's kind of like a granular synth meets Doppler, and it has some pretty good visuals to show how we're throwing the whispers all around to add some movement. And now that we have Jade's voice nailed down, let's take a quick listen to the other layers that make up a lot of the impact and sci-fi elements of Jade's sound. We have our LF layer, truly a must for any Warframe. Some glass impacts with delay added for fantastical vibes, and some mid-frequency synth to round it all out. With an ear for these elements on their own, let's take one last listen to the ability in-game.
Love it. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Amazing. The whispering is making it very hard to play Jade late at night because they're all around your head and you're like, someone's behind me. Awesome. Of course, this update also featured a fan favorite character, the Stalker. Yeah, cheers for the Stalker. I love the Stalker. But more importantly, Stalker generously donated the blueprint for his sick ride, the new Stalker landing craft. There it is. Sound designer Chris Tezera is going to take us behind the scenes on how the sounds were made for this one-of-a-kind landing craft.
Hey everyone, it's Chris from the sound team. Today I want to show you how I did the sound design for Stalker's Terror landing craft skin. Let's go. For the Terror landing craft, I wanted to have sound elements that sounded ominous and powerful, just like Stalker. I also wanted it to be completely recognizable as Stalker's ship. But first, I needed realistic sounds for the landing craft's engine. Lucky for me, our team recorded jet sounds at the London Air Show a few years back. I used these jet flybys as a core part of my sound. Thanks, guys. First, here's the jet sounds on their own. Then I added some low-frequency droning and some aggressive thruster sounds. Now let's Stalkerize it.
Your sentence is death.
I started with the Stalker bowfire sound. First, I time stretched it, then I added some processing, then I ramped the pitch up over the course of the sound. Next, I took samples of Stalker's breathing, I pitched it down, and I added some processing. And here's the final result, the Terror landing craft taking off. And there you have it. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of Tennocon.
Very cool.
Love it. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Chris is here right now somewhere.
Is Chris here?
So shout out to
Kill
Chris.
yourself, Chris. Thank you. Now, we did have a taste of some Stalker gameplay with the Duviri Paradox last year, but his abilities got a fresh coat of paint for Jade Shadows. Sound designer Giovanni Agapito is going to show us how those ability sounds for Stalker were made.
Hey Tenno, my name is Giovanni and I'm a sound designer at DE. Today I'm going to show you how I created the sounds of one of the Stalker's abilities. First, let's listen to the sound in-game. For the Stalker, we wanted to maintain the balance between a very feared character, like an overall dark vibe, but at the same time without losing the game's sonic palette. For the punishment ability, I created 3 sounds that play at the beginning, middle, and end of it. Let's hear the first of these sounds. This one has some really cool layers. For example, this energy layer that has a pitch automation and becomes more acute over time, creating a sonic tension until the Stalker releases the projectiles at the end. For the build-up sound, there are more tonal and sci-fi elements, as you can notice. One of the layers has a really cool automation in one of the plugins, which makes the sound becomes a riser until the last sound is played. Let's hear the sound of projectiles being released at enemies. For that, I created several whooshes using my own mouth and made them very high-pitched, distorting each layer a little to contribute to a more sci-fi vibe. After putting all together, this is what the punishment ability sounds like in-game. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching this behind the scenes, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Bye!
Thanks, Giovanni. All right. Before we move on, we actually have an audience question all the way back from a Dev Shorts in April. The question is, what is your go-to software for creating these sounds? Do you have a plugin or tool that you can't live without? We'll start with you, Eric, unless, Reb, you've been dabbling in some sound design lately.
Hey, I just do what Eric tells me when it comes to sound. So get in the booth, cry some more.
Yeah. Cry more.
Okay, yeah.
We use I use a program called Reaper. I think most of the team does too. Matt, you use Logic, right?
Yep.
So yeah, we use Reaper as our DAW. That's what you saw on the screen in the videos. And yeah, my favorite plugin is the L2 limiter. I definitely cannot live without that one. So.
Did they pay you to say that?
Some big L2 heads.
Lots of money
in the house. My turn, right?
Your turn.
Do you see the Spin Tracer? I'm milking every drop I can get out of that.
He's also got shares in Spin Tracer.
That's right. Another one that I probably put on, it's in every session, almost every track. Kilohertz has this little plugin called Haas, and basically what that does is just delays your left or right channel by anywhere from a few to 100 milliseconds and spreads your stereo image.
So you can turn any mono sound into a stereo sound, is what you're saying?
I think it already needs to be... No, you're right. It's my boss. You're right.
You're hired.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I think Q3, I really loved Pro Q3, just great EQ. I like microshift as well, and I use that on all the Prime trailers to widen the voices and stuff. But you know, at the end of the day, we get this question a lot too, but it's important to just not think too much about plugins and software and everything, and it's more about what you put into it and where do you start with, you know, what the sounds you start with. Again, like the voice acting, it all starts with good source, right? So you have good source going in, and that's the big thing, and then the creativity behind it. Yeah, don't let that limit you in your creativity if you don't have a certain plugin, for sure. So,
yeah. I think the analogy that probably a lot of people here is easy to digest is if you've ever played the vocal patch on an electric keyboard, and you can hear the ahs. Doesn't sound like a real choir, but going back to the real choir that we were able to record and that source, that's what we're talking about when we talk about having good sources.
it's always unique, right? It's always a unique performer. It's in a unique space. It's a unique delivery. It's always going to feel different, and it's the magic there, right? The magic of the performance and of the sonic fingerprint, really. Yeah, it's so important for sure.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to a little plugin called Little Altar Boy. It was used a ton on anytime I need to have really low vocals and I'm doing it myself and I can't sing a certain low note. You can pitch it down, but you can also change the formant, so you can adjust how you can make yourself sound like a chipmunk and you get really high and nasally, or you can have sort of this dark sort of sound. And so for all the I think I'd pitch that down an octave, and you can adjust it to make it kind of sound natural. But I think it worked really well with the void tongue and stuff because it just sounds kind of otherworldly.
That's a great plugin.
Yeah.
Back that one up for sure.
Void tongue brought to you by Little Altar Boy.
Exactly. Just wait till you hear Big Altar Boy.
Oh my God! Hey, I love the hey yeah. I sang it in my head for yeah.
That's awesome. Well, if you asked that question back in April, there you go. My next question for the Koust is focused on our weapons. Many of our weapons can be identified just from their shot, reload, or swing. How do you craft a weapon's identity through sound?
Yeah, weapons are a really fun process. We all take turns doing weapons, I would say. But the core experience of doing a weapon is an iterative one. Because it's a sound that you hear so often, there's often a lot of time put into just playing with it. So after we've done our first draft, getting the character right, getting the punch right, and getting the power right, then it's just a matter of hearing it over and over and over and kind of sanding off all the rough edges. Yeah, it's a super fun process, and each one is unique because we all work on them.
It's funny, too, because it's like you have to kind of be happy with what goes in, because if you try to change it later, you'll hear about it in the forum.
No bueno.
And but it's great, though. It's like the fact that people get so attached to the sound of a weapon. It's just, yeah, it's so awesome to see that the sonic identity is just so, it resonates with people so much. Sometimes in bad ways, but most of the time in good ways.
Seems like you're still traumatized from the Brat and Vandal sound change. And
a little trauma there. The heck, too, I think.
Oh,
from
the
back
heck.
in the day.
Yeah.
It was what the heck, because we changed it. But we changed it back, too, so that's okay. It's okay.
Now, there is such a thing as writer's block. Do you guys have sound block? Have you ever just been struggling to find that perfect identity for a weapon through the sound?
Oh, yeah, for sure, all the time. It's a totally normal part of the process, I think. I think with any kind of creative discipline, you're always going to run into a block or where the ideas aren't coming as easily. And usually, like you said at the very beginning of the panel, a good long walk in the park does the trick for me, at least.
Sometimes for me, too, like when that happens, I'll just go into the sound library, and instead of using search terms, I'll just randomly click on things and listen to them. And sometimes you come up with the most unique sounds that way, because something you wouldn't expect would be like, oh, that'll actually work really well for this weapon. And that's what gives you the unique kind of weird sounds, right? Is the unexpected. I find I do that a lot, actually. Yeah.
Exploring old libraries that you've recorded that you're just like, when am I going to use this? But you record it anyways.
I've got stuff that I recorded a long time ago and come across it, and I'm like, oh man, I forgot about this sound. This is just perfect here. So yeah, it's always fun. It's like Christmas every day when you do that.
Love that. Well, a similar topic, but something more new/old. Let's talk about some 1999 stuff today. As we saw on the art panel, things are a lot more real. How was the sound design process for things that have a real-life counterpart? Was it easier or was it harder?
Mark, I'll let you handle that one, man, if you want. You've designed a lot of the 1999 stuff.
We're talking about, we'll leave the thing for later?
We'll leave the thing.
Okay, so working on 1999 stuff, I'd say it's more of a technical challenge, if anything, to get some of these real-world sounds into the game in ways that new systems that you're able to interact with things that you haven't really been able to interact with before, and figuring out how are we going to ground that in reality while also giving it that signature sci-fi sound that, that we love to put into Warframe.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to subtlety as well. I mean, in some of weapons, traditional Warframe weapons, we can go as crazy as we want, especially with the kind of the corpus stuff. There's really no limit to how wild you can get. For these, we're definitely taking it a more realistic, grounded approach, but we still love to put our spin on things. You know, it's kind of subtle, interesting layers here and there that maybe are from a synthesizer or from just a weird library that we recorded a long time ago. So there is still a little bit of that Warframeization that goes into all the sounds we've been making.
Awesome. Of course, we have two familiar faces by now from 1999, Arthur and Aoi. You may have seen them walking around the convention, but the amazing Ben Starr and Alpha Takahashi lend their voice to these new faces. George, once there was a time where we were recording our own staff for Warframe characters. What's changed over the years now that we have these epic cinematic quests?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think like that it was from humble beginnings, right? Where it was pretty much all staff, you know, like Darvo, Sargus Ruck, Lotus, obviously. And yeah, it was a lot of fun because you could just grab someone after lunch and be like, hey, can you meet me in my office and we have some lines to record? And it's kind of crazy too because one of the employees who impressed me the most, James, he's so quiet and he's so like unassuming. He's like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then he gets in the booth and he's like, rah! And you're just like, where did that come from? And so that was always cool. But, you know, obviously, as we've grown the universe and we've developed the characters, it's important to, you know, seek outside talent as well. But we still use people from in the office. But yeah, it's always great, again, like the sounds, to have a mixture of different flavors in there, right? So, yeah.
Love that. Now, we do actually have a little tease of another character from 1999. Just a little audio tease. Let's take a listen.
A slug dares to show its face at night.
Ooh, who could that be? I guess we'll have to just watch and find out. Now, I know you guys had some fun with the music design for 1999, and we did get a little bit of a taste in Whispers in the Wall. But Matt, did it feel like you had a blueprint for 90s music when composing, or did you want to make something unique that could still fit within Warframe?
Yeah, well, it's a similar process every time. You know, you got to do your research and figure out, okay, what, because you can say 90s music, but it's like what 90s music? So we narrow that down. We're like, okay, more rock, industrial rock, metal, punk. Okay, we're getting closer. And the first thing I did was that combat track that you saw in the subway scene last Tennocon, and that kind of became, I did a bunch of creating sounds and finding sounds for that, and then that session became sort of my template for where to start with a fresh piece of music. And that's kind of how you do it. You just like start fresh, but you have all these sounds that you can pull from. So if I'm like, oh, I need a lead synth, and it's like, oh, well, I have 10 of them right here. Let's see if any of these work. And yeah, you just kind of keep working on it and talk to Eric. He's like, let's get it sounding more Warframe. Okay, what does that mean? Let's try some other thing. You know, like you experiment, trial and error, and eventually you have something in the game.
I love that. Now, it wouldn't be a panel without a little bit of a tease. Let's listen to an upcoming track from 1999.
Little tease.
Yes.
Love that. Excited to show you where that will
worldwide premiere right there, right? Worldwide premiere.
That's one of the ambient tracks. So you heard kind of the combat version of that, Whispers in the Walls. This is the ambient version of it. So yeah, it really set the vibe. And as soon as we introduced that into the game, it was like, okay, yeah,
when we got that song, so we have like on our internal channels where we work together, we were really early in some of the 1999 world building for Feel, and we actually got that track, dropped it in the internal global channel, and said, this song, that ambient track, everybody work to it so you can feel the tone of what we're going for. So that was one of the first like established tone pieces, and it's just, I'm so excited to have it in the game.
Yeah, and there's a theme in there that kind of became sort of the Warframe 1999 theme. So we'll be using that in other pieces, and that kind of just happened accidentally. It's one of those things where you write you're writing different sections to keep it fresh. So it's not just one thing for 4 minutes and then it loops for an hour while you're playing. And Eric was like, this line right here, let's turn that into the main theme. So I was like, okay, cool.
It's always cool to evolve the universe too, right? Yeah. Even like musically and everything, and to hear how it's becoming something else, but yeah, still maintain some of those Warframe roots, right? Which is awesome.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying lots of new stuff with the music this time around, and Matt's been killing it. So,
are we saying how many songs are in the demo tonight, or is that part? Or is that you tell me?
Would you like to?
We have 5.
Wow.
So
5.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
One demo.
In one demo tonight. Yeah. So stay tuned for a lot of music tonight. They're being very humble, but it is truly ridiculous the music tonight. So I hope everyone will enjoy it later.
Awesome. Well, we have arrived at our final talking point of the day, but it's a great one. Let's talk about the Atomocycle. Oh, yeah.
Look at that thing.
It's beautiful.
Crazy.
Mark.
Beautiful.
Tell us a bit about how the sound for the Atomocycle was crafted.
Okay, so we've come to the thing. So, yeah, this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. The Atomocycle, the direction on it was try and hit the engine as close to a 90s racing bike as you possibly can. So that was just a big challenge right out of the gates to get the engine to sound big and powerful, but also realistic. And then Eric gave some great direction as to where we could start to push some other things that the bike can do into more of the sci-fi realm, but really keep that engine grounded.
The technical implementation on this was super tricky. You tried a bunch of stuff, and yeah, you've been working a long time on it. It turned out great.
Yeah, a huge part of the work in this has gone into how are we going to get a bike to work in Warframe.
I remember you started on it, and I remember seeing like an early version of it, and I was blown away at that point, even just like with the technical implementation. It's a first for Warframe as far as like how it's all going in the engine, a lot of programming, a lot of cross interdepartmental kind of work there too.
Absolutely. I want to say thanks to Jem, because I could not have worked on the bike without him.
Yeah, Jem's an amazing audio programmer. Yeah. He's great.
Shout out to Jem.
Jem. Yeah, and he represents Turkey on the team.
Yes, absolutely.
That's right. So if you're here from Turkey.
Yeah.
Just to what you were talking about, George, yeah, the early proof of concept for the bike just had a sine tone as an engine to show that as the bike increased in speed, we could also increase pitch, and as the bike leans and does different things, that we could change the volume and pitch, and that's all thanks to this new tech that we have.
Like all the gears and everything, right? Like you were talking about that, how like you have an in-depth knowledge now of how like bikes work too, right? Like engineering-wise, because it's like you got to make it feel realistic in that sense, right?
Yeah, and how do we make it feel responsive as well? To all the user input. It's been a puzzle, but it's been a fun puzzle to work on. Yeah.
I love that. All right.
Very cool.
Well, before we sign off, we have one more thing. It's time for some audience participation.
Yes, we need all of you desperately. It's very important. My shirt will make a lot more sense at the end of the night, but we do need a chant. So similar to last year where we had the New Year's countdown, we do need a chant this year. Eric has the recording, and I'm hoping that Zach, you just kick us off, and we'll see what we can get from everyone here. This is the biggest room we've ever had, so this is our opportunity to get the most voices at once.
Yeah, look at all you beautiful people.
Yeah, so this is great.
I'm sure you're loud, too.
What would you like us to say?
The instructions are very simple. You just have to chant the word online.
Online.
On the count of 3, give me your best online chant. Online. Just like that. And we're going to do it 5 times. After 5 onlines, I'm going to point at you all, and you're going to give your best cheering applause. Everyone ready? All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my gosh. Wow. Do you think you got that one?
You're all hired.
Hey.
Amazing.
Look under your seat for your paycheck.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, we do have just time for one more question, and I have to know, on the couch, what is the most difficult sound you've ever had to make in Warframe?
Grendel sounds. Uwu, burps, barfs. We have a resident kind of burping specialist, Willem Schonken, who contributed his beautiful burping tones to Grendel.
Stay burping, buddy.
Stay burpy.
God.
Okay.
Honestly, this bike, there were 3 animals that I had to put into it and trying to figure out how I could fit those in. If you listen closely to the demo tonight, you'll hear a lion, a tiger, and a bear.
Woo! Oh my.
Nice.
Yes.
Octavia, for me, I remember working on that like forever, trying to get all the music implemented, the sequencer, all of that. That was tough, but it was great, and proud of that one. But it was really hard.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for tuning in to the Sounds of the System panel. Huge shout out to you guys on the couch for sharing us a look into your world. Huge shout out to the DE Sound team as a whole. They kill it with every single update. We'll see you soon for the cosplay contest.
See you for cosplay. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Very cool. I will now switch this to... Switch this to... I don't have it on my game thing yet. Alright, let's see. There we go. This should work. Okay, it does. Last thing is I get it fully set up.
Sup, Tenno? 90 Zach here. Wondering how you can get your free virtual items through the internet? Just from watching Twitch or Steam? Let me tell ya. Safety's off and destroy your enemies with the AX-52 rifle. By watching Tennocon between 11 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll receive this gun
Here we go. Alright. No Man's Sky time. Still gonna be watching the live stream and all, but may as well play another game in the meantime. Okay. Weird bit of lag there.
Product received. Product received.
Learn some language. I do want to build my own S-class fighter here soon. None of these are fighters. Tempting. Fighter. Fighters. We already have all this music. Not have this. What's it called? Negotiate price. Fine. Less impressive. Oh. Not a bad looking fighter. Alright, salvage. Extract. Wings. That is not a fighter. This is awesome. good.
Product received.
What? Oh, cosplay.
For Tennocon for you. Sure. My name is Candace. This is Sean. He is my husband, and we are a duo, part of Pexi Cosplay. I am cosplaying as his faithful servant. Obviously, this is Albrecht and Trotty, and I am Lloyd, and so this seemed like a very good match. We love Tennocon. We love being here. I actually started before ever coming to Tennocon by cosplaying Titania, which you might have seen online during COVID. And then we got to take part with Hacksmith last year, where I was the MOA. And then this year, Lloyd and Albrecht, as well as the Eros Wings. If you haven't gotten a photo with those, they are out in the tent. But it's a lovely convention. So nice to see you all. Thank you for being such a supportive community through everything, the whole creation process. It's all online, so thanks for following along with that. And it's so nice to see you all here in person.
Hi. My name is Sean. She referred to me as a duo of Plexi Cosplay. That's far too generous. She is everything that is Plexi Cosplay, and I occasionally help her with some engineering and wiring challenges and things like that. But Candace is truly a born artist, and everything that she makes is absolutely beautiful and incredible, and I don't want to take too much credit. I'm just the eye candy today.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Mr. Lloyd and Papa, for joining us on stage, if you don't mind taking your way off. Another round of applause, absolutely. Now, okay, speaking of incredible cosplays, I am joined by Disfusional Studios as my wonderful co-host and our judging consultant this year. You may recognize her as Aoi from Warframe 1999, but more importantly as our Tennocon 2023 cosplay winner. Disfusional has been a prominent member in the Warframe community for many, many years now. So let's take a moment to look at some of her previous cosplays.
Hello, Tennocon 2024. I am honored to be here with you guys today. Now we have one more introduction to make before we get started, and it's our judges. We're joined again this year by Lightning Cosplay, who we'd like to invite on stage now. While they make their way up, let's take a look at the absolute magic that they brought to the Tennocon show floor.
Dude, that art here looks so good. Here's nice too. Oh, they even got the scar? Dude.
Thank you, Ralph, for joining us. Now, I do want to make a point just off stage. We are joined by another cosplay guest coming to us all the way from Germany, Maya. Maya, I don't know if you could raise your hand. Thank you so much. Cosplay content creation has been her profession for over 10 years now. Maya focuses on painting, weathering, and makeup. She is taking care of Ralph's makeup and helping to bring Arthur to life here at Tennocon today. Ralph, if you could please take a moment to introduce yourself and tell us what you're looking forward to with our cosplay showcase today.
Sure, hi guys. I'm Ralph from Lightning Cosplay. Unfortunately, Laura can't be here with us today because she got sick very last minute, which is really sad, but she says hi, so I don't know where the camera is. Where's the camera? Is it there? Where's the camera? There? Yeah. Hi, Laura.
Hi, Laura.
I hope she sees this. Yeah, so when DE reached out to us last year and asked us to create the Lotus and the Dex Soldier costume, we instantly fell in love with the overall aesthetics of Warframe and especially the character design. And but soon, same goes for Arthur, soon as we started to create the costumes, we realized how hard it actually is. You know, and this is why I have a huge respect for all the people who face the challenge to cosplay these characters, which is amazing for me. It's crazy, and I'm just really excited to see them on stage right now. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ralph. You look incredible. Between his appearance and the IT outage yesterday, I feel like we're truly back in 1999. It's crazy. One quick final question. Thank you, I promise. Shout out to Kaz and Skyers, who assisted in prejudging this year. They weren't able to make it. They have a workshop. It's fine. We love them. But I'm sure they're here in spirit, and they have, you know, given their thoughts and wisdom to us. Anyway, that's enough. Ralph is seated. It's time to get this party started. Alrighty, let's move over here, I think.
To kick this show off, we have our non-competitive showcase. These entrants are here to present their cosplays and show off their hard work, but are not competing for our cash prize. Let's move over so they can take center stage and show us their spotlight.
Phenomenal. Everyone's saddled and ready to go. We got the thumbs up from Charlie. Hit the music. Starting off, we have amateur cosplayer as Prisma Excalibur. This is his first ever cosplay featuring EVA foam, clay foam, and acrylic paint. Give it up.
Just the helmet?
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
Good. Pretty good.
Perfection.
Not too bad.
Love it. Thank you so much, amateur cosplayer. If you want to just head off this way, or that way, that's fine too.
Next up, we've got Gage cosplaying as their version of Drifter. This is Gage's own operator, including the dyed hair.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Pretty
All right, next up we have Dark as Gilly Grizzly. Don't tell Steve, but I'm pretty sure this is what Bromius would look like if we gave them access to a Warframe's arsenal. Oh, he's coming. Oh, he's coming. It's really hard for bears to walk upstairs, I've heard, so it's totally fine. Keep going. Yep. There he is. Give it up for Dark.
It's him. What is he? What is he?
Let's welcome Spitfire 05 cosplaying as Operator in Xenos armor set. This is Spitfire's own operator after a month of work. Thankfully, customizing in-game is much quicker.
Wow, the Xeno pauldrons and stuff. Pretty good.
Alrighty, next up we have the High Priest of Pineapples cosplaying as Harrow Prime.
Oh, really?
We're ready to go? Yep, come on up. Harrow is wearing the Crucius Alt helmet, or they're carrying it. It's very heavy. Beautiful. And is wielding the Thurible. Hopefully you'll make good use of that later. There we go.
Not too bad. The accents in the armor.
Next, we've got Zach B cosplaying as the Drifter from the New War. This Drifter is wielding a 3D printed Sirocco in addition to the original outfit worn in the quest.
Thank you. Very fitting after the Drifter appears, we have a group Duviri cosplay, starting with Lucinia, Rhea's Lucinia. This is made from EVA foam and a miraculous find of dead stock fabric. And next in this group, we have Geo as Loden. A funny story, this cosplayer was Ballas in 2018 and 19, so clearly they just love having long arms. And then next up, we have Mercury as Mithila. I was told collectively as a group, they probably caused a global shortage of golden trim with how sparkly and beautiful these are.
Very pretty. I like them.
And of course, Shoshi as Bombastine. Another fun fact, all of the masks made here are handmade out of foam, or sorry, clay. Some actual...
Ooh.
I wouldn't dare speak while Bombastine's on stage. If the whole group wants to come on up, yep, come on up, all of them up. One final group photo for the Paragons, of course. They're not often seen together, so we gotta take a moment when we can. Absolutely stunning. Thank you, everyone. I swear this wasn't on purpose. Next up, we have Prime Explorer as an aura worm off the string. This is an aura worm reimagined as a worm on the string with giant googly eyes. So, thank you so much.
Next, we're going to welcome Acolyte Senpai as Baruch from 1099. Baruch was sent back a little farther than planned.
Absolutely incredible. Alrighty, next up we have Richard cosplaying as Grendel 1999. After chatting backstage, I found out this Grendel isn't a big fan of Big Bites Pizza. You can call it up. Keep going. Oh yeah. He's got quite the appetite that Big Bites cannot fulfill.
Grendel? Really? Don't forget.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Let's welcome Bethany as Valkyr, featuring the cheetah helmet and hysteria claws.
Okay. Not bad helmet design.
Ooh, I feel that way too. Alrighty, we have Hobbs cosplaying as Mirage Prime. This cosplay is made out of cardboard, fabric, and repurposed materials, and clearly has gotten the infection that's been around the Tennocon show floor.
Pretty good.
Let's continue the applause for Brendan M. cosplaying as Random Ronin. Bring the ninja back into Space Ninja.
Do you have something here for the next page? You don't. I have to read this.
Oh, homie.
Absolutely iconic. Alrighty, we're getting to the end here. We have Miguel as Salvage Operator. This is a recreation of their own operator in-game, straight from 1999. For those who don't know, that's a disc. Discs go in that. So good, so good.
I can see it.
Thanks. Alrighty, next we have the Scarlet team as members of Infinite Singularity. They're representing their clan, I believe. And this is, in fact, our youngest cosplayer. And he's already been on stage before. Cannot believe it.
Spider-Man?
Thank you guys so much.
That was the last of our non-competitive entrants. Let's take a moment to welcome all of our non-competitive cosplayers back on stage for a group photo.
Gotcha. Come back, please.
While these folks are not competing for our cash prize, they are
be, like,
eligible for
advertising the
bonus
clan or
rewards
something,
given out by our judges at the end of the show. But we'll get to that later. They also get a few digital goodies just for joining us on stage today.
Absolutely incredible.
Very nice.
We wrote the script before we realized how long of a walk this request was, so major apologies. Come on up, everyone. Get back on stage. Look at them all. Absolutely incredible.
I do think it's a little weird that some of these just aren't Warframe cosplays at a Warframe convention. I don't know, maybe I'm being a stickler.
Almost there, almost there, almost there. Alrighty, look at this incredible group of 10. One last pose for the cameras. Yeah! Alrighty. Let's get you all back off stage into your seats where you can sit for the remainder of the day. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, while they head back to their seats, ready for our competitive showcase. Our competitive cosplayers will be competing for cash money, including the first place prize of 10,000 Canadian dollars. I swear that is actually worth some amount of money, depending on what country you come from. Cosplayers met with our judges yesterday to participate in prejudging because it can be kind of hard to see all the incredible details from the audience. So the scores from that prejudging and their fantastic performances today will be used to decide our winners. All right, without further ado, let's get started. Starting off, we have Jacob Parcha
really is
as Voidrig, featuring an Aquabax weapon. This cosplay took over 375 hours to make and is almost entirely made out of cardboard. He's got a bit of a way to walk, unfortunately. His sprint is off cooldown.
That is really cool.
It also takes him a significant amount of time to get into and a significant amount of time to move, but absolutely worth it. What an incredible piece.
Not very mobile, but it's very cool. I like it.
You got it. Now, Jacob, my dear, you drew and cut every piece by hand. How did you even know where to begin with this without having blueprints?
I actually did. When I first decided to come to Tennocon and participate in the cosplay, I knew it was going to be Voidrig, because not only is it super aesthetically appealing and awesome, but it's something that had never been done on a scale that had never been done. And from an anatomical perspective, it was quite challenging. I didn't realize just how difficult it would be to fit a human body in Voidrig structure until I tried it.
I get it.
So that was the hardest part. As far as more specifically answering your question, I did have blueprints. That was the first thing I did.
Did
I
have
blueprinted
blueprints,
out the
alright.
exoskeleton, and a little bit of the plating. All the detail was already ready to go in the game. So I printed off some reference sheets, pictures from the internet, and then I went into the game, into my arsenal, used my Voidrig, turned it all around, got pictures from every possible angle, studied them like a textbook to make sure every single detail was as close to accurate as possible. And that's because a wise man once told me, it's the little details that make it or break it. So that's a philosophy that has helped me to grow not only as an artist, but as a man as I try to use it in every aspect of my life, not just my artistic projects. So thank you for that, Mr. Geo.
Okay.
And, and also, thank you, Mom, for being here. You sacrificed 2 days of your life to be here with me for this weekend, and you had a lot more important stuff to do, that's for sure. So you're here, you're helping me, get in and out of this, and being here to support me, and especially considering everything on your plate, it really means a lot. So thank you.
That's cute.
Incredible. We'll let you slowly get off stage. Alrighty. There's no rush. I promise you. Absolutely phenomenal. I will say he is actually the expert of Voidrig. I've made multiple comments and emails, and he's corrected me every time. He's held me accountable. He's like, "Aren't you a dev?" I haven't taken 300 photos of a Voidrig, so that's where he wins. Okay.
We value safety, cosplayers, so carefully make your way up and carefully make your way down. Next up, we've got Shandor as Frost Heirloom. This is Shandor's third Frost cosplay. He also has 60% use rate on Frost in-game.
Dude. Pretty good. I like the carbon fiber armor. I think that's carbon fiber. It's just like 3D
Now,
printed
Frost,
and painted. That's
tell us a
pretty
little
good.
bit about the making of this cosplay, if you can.
He's tall.
I can actually. I was going for a much more organic look than previous costumes I've made. So a lot of this is pleather and much more fur materials and things like that. It feels like not very Warframe, but that's what I really love about the heirloom sets. They're really pushing things in a direction that makes them look very strange and alien in the same way that the Warframe started as. So I really wanted to make this much more organic looking and kind of less synthetic.
Very cool. And if you guys have a moment to check out all of the textiles in this cosplay, take a look up close in person when they're on the floor.
Okay, next up we have Zephyr cosplay as Albrecht and Trotty, Papa himself. If you can believe it, this is their first time sewing, and this also features EVA foam and painting details.
Very cool. I like the bright colors.
Thank you so much, Zephyr. What inspired you to cosplay as Albrecht?
So it started back in 2021 when Heart of Deimos came out, and I heard Stefan Rudnicki's performance as Albrecht and Trotty, and I think it's one of the best voice acting performances like I've ever heard. So after that came out, he finally got like a real look last year, and I was like, okay, I can make this.
And you did, and it looks incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, Zephyr.
Let's welcome Kira Rahime as Whis Zamaryu to the stage. Crazy that she can make it across the stage without feet.
True. Oh.
Now, Kira, it is crazy that this is your second competitive cosplay. What are some design elements that you chose to do differently in this Wisp cosplay than last year?
This year, I decided to use a lot more foam elements to help support the fabric. So everything is carved with foam and then put fabric on top of instead of just having the fabric represent itself.
Lovely job. And make sure you guys take a look at how they dremeled and grooved and actually sunk the fabric into those recessed areas too. Lovely job. Lovely job.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Kira. Alrighty, next up we have Magic Thighs and a Through the Looking Glass themed Nova Grax. This is her own Nova Grax dressed up as the White Rabbit. Alrighty, Magic Thighs. We've chatted a lot. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what this fantastic cosplay means to you?
For a number of years, there's been a picture out there on the internet of a man, looking into a mirror and seeing his female self reaching out and inviting him to step inside. And this year, as a trans person, I've taken that step and stepped through the looking glass And now with Warframe's introduction, permanent ears in into the game, I've stepped through into the looking glass with my Warframe as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Anything else?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Pardon?
I didn't hear it all.
We got a little more.
I didn't hear it all.
Pardon? Sorry?
I didn't hear what you said.
Anything else, my love? You're good to go? I think she's, yeah, we'll get you right off stage. Thank you. Cosplays are so hard to hear in. Oh my goodness.
Let's keep the applause going as we welcome Liam as Master Tasani to the stage. The Conjurock features actual tail feathers from Liam's pet peacock, Kevin. Now I do have to ask, Liam, what inspired you to cosplay?
So we participated in the 2021 cosplay with our pet chickens, the Ember cosplay. And then my wife, Anna, was Nef Anya last year, and I decided I wanted to participate, and she wanted to be competitive this year. So we went for it.
You guys look amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Taya as Mesa Prime. This is actually a remake of her 2019 Mesa Prime cosplay. Oh, yeah. Yeehaw! Hi, Taya. So since this is a remake, what was the favorite part that you've made this year?
I love the shoulders and this top bit. There's layers and layers of EVA foam to get the right shapes, and I'm just really happy with how it turned out.
You look absolutely incredible. Thank you for joining us on stage. There you go.
Next, we've got Lan as Mag Heirloom. We were talking about Warframe design elements, helmets, visibility.
Shout out to Charlie for absolutely killing it. Thank you, Charlie.
All right, Lana, what was the most complicated part of this cosplay?
The most complicated part was, if anyone saw my back, it's really hard to see, but it was the engraving on the back, which is the very intricate lotus symbol. And I had to use 2mm craft foam and a soldering iron and trace that, and it was very hard without moving my fingers correctly and not burning through the foam.
I can see it from here, and it's incredible.
Was there anything else that you wanted to share?
Oh yeah, and I made see the little my hands and my skirt. There's over 300 of them, and those took a long while to make. You have to cut them out. I had to use an embossing tool to get the divot, and then put them all together into these 4 pieces.
Thank you so much. I'm going to assist you in getting off stage. May I steal your hand, Lan? All right, we're gonna 360 so they can see the back of you again.
Thank you, Arthur.
And then let's walk to the back. And then there's a staffer. I'm gonna hand you off.
Thank you so much. While we get Lan safely off stage, let's welcome up Eidolon Outpost as Bombastine. This is a truly multimedia project featuring the use of 3D printing gold leaf, warbler, EVA foam, airbrushing, and pastels. Absolutely incredible work. I hear the mask, though, is your favorite part. Do you want to talk us through everything that went into this?
Definitely my favorite piece. It took me about a year to sculpt because I started back when there was like 2 pictures of Bombastine, so there was a lot of revisions, a lot of revisiting it, and then I had to learn how to gold leaf gild, and that was challenging to say the least. But I think it's definitely my favorite piece.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
Next up, we've got Tina as Urelli. Urelli is hand-sewn, featuring foam details. Now I do have to ask, Urelli, where is Merlina?
Well, after I got the augment, I really didn't need her, but you know.
What did you make your cosplay out of?
Alloy plate, polymer bundle, argon crystal, a lot of tears, no sleep.
I don't know, Urelli, if you want to do one more fantastic spin for everybody. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, Arthur, it's your turn. We have Logan as Arthur. Just follow the bubbles up the ramp. This cosplay is constructed from a custom bodysuit, armor pieces from EVA foam, and recycled surplus harness parts. Absolutely fantastic. Tell about the process of making this.
Well, it took about 3.5 months between 3 different people. It's been long. There's been many revisions. Started with the bodysuit. Had to start with the base. And from there, built on top of it using the textures from the Tennocon files and the concept art of Arthur to build everything you see here.
It's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. If you want to make your way off stage.
Next, we welcome to the stage Royal Pratt as Mag Pharaoh. Fans may recognize this cosplay as Royal Pratt's own iconic in-game glyph. Royal Pratt, I've had a moment to discuss with you the really cool resources that you've used for your cosplay, but if you could share with our fellow Tennocon friends how you made your helmet.
Well, mostly it's a little bit hodgepodge of reusable resources. So this was actually a astronaut's helmet that I cut, and then I dyed in hot water to get the dark dye. And then the rest of it is basically just craft foam with held together by mostly contact cement and hot glue. And the back is able to be taken off so that I can, get my head in. I have a big head.
No, it's awesome because we can't see your face at all. Lovely. Thank you so much, Royal Pratt. You look great.
Alrighty, that was the last of our competitive showcase. I do not envy our judges, Ralph, for having to pick a winner from that incredible lot of people. I think our judges are going to head backstage and deliberate. But while we are speaking of winners, let's actually go over what our entrants are competing for. I think Ronnie, she's ready to go. First, let's go over our competitive-only prizes, i.e. what everyone you just saw on stage is competing for. Our third place prize will receive $2,000. Thank you, Fishinacci. Our second place winner will receive, they're really big checks, y'all. A whopping $3,000. And finally, our first place winner will receive $10,000. $10,000. That's a lot of Worbla and hot glue, let me tell you. Alrighty, we also mentioned earlier that there are bonus prizes that everyone, including our wonderful non-competitive entrants, are eligible for. Think of these as like Mario Party stars. Not every category may be picked, but those who win will receive a very shiny treasure. In this case, it's the Ember Heirloom Pack. Oh yeah. Possible bonus awards include Floofy Cuteness for adorable cosplays that pull at your heartstrings, Ortis Punny for funny cosplays that elicit a laugh, Stellaris Workmanship for cosplays displaying incredible skill, and Master Tisoni for cosplays featuring furry or otherwise friends. Alrighty. So our judges definitely need more time to deliberate, so I am so sorry to ask this of everyone, but let's get you all back up on stage. Specifically our competitive entrants. They will need a little bit of time, but it's important, so they're all here for when we distribute the prizes. Now, speaking of shiny treasures, I do need a giveaway box if someone backstage can hand it to me. I do actually have something that Bird 3, let me find him, sorry. He's falling over. My lovely Bird 3 has prepared an extra shiny treasure for us. I lost a shiny treasure on the floor. Where is it? Oh my goodness, this is my fault for adding so much to this basket. I don't know if you can see up close, camera guy, and I'm so sorry to ask this of you, but this is actually an Atomocycle key. So Arthur might recognize it, you might recognize it later on, but this was actually made by Kaz Adams in the DE studio. You might have seen Reb wearing one around her neck, but there are very few of these in existence. And so we do have a giveaway box somewhere. Right behind our lovely cosplayers. And we're gonna pull a name, and if your name is called and you're here, you will be taking this home with you. So, Mike Nole, Mike Nolet. Are you here? Ah, Mike, let's go, Mike. You can just come up to the front of the stage if you don't mind, Mike. Where is he coming from? Oh, I see him. Hi, Mike. Now, please do not use this to try and start the Atomocycle that you see on the stage floor. It will not work. Do you want to come up on stage and receive it? You're welcome to. All right, introducing Mike cosplaying as a Tennocon attendant. There you go, Mike. Yeah. You can just head on back to your seat. Thank you so much. Alrighty, I don't know how much. Okay, we still have people come. No, of course, of course. This is lore breaking. Don't do This is what your operator looks like in a void rig suit. We're not gonna. I still think our judges are deliberating, so I have to stall. Okay, When Megan asked me to be the cosplay host this year, I said yes immediately. And then 30 seconds later, I realized I would have to make a costume. I will give you the long and short of it, but after many, many months, I have grown to appreciate the creativity, the skill, the patience, everything that goes into this, but most importantly, the resourcefulness. I will tell you, my tail feathers are pampas grass, which you might have in your aunt's house in a vase somewhere. And when I found it, it was the biggest dopamine rush I've had in a really long time. So I was curious to our wonderful cosplayers here if you had a similar story. Like, oh, Royal Pride. I don't want to ask you, you poor girl. But this is an astronaut or a welding helmet, you said?
Yeah, so in 2019, I actually competed as MAG as well. But my cat kind of ruined it when she was in heat, so I remade the whole thing. So a lot of it is like just repurposed from older costumes, from leftover materials, as well as this helmet I had bought from, you know those like astronaut helmets from like those costumes? Yeah, I just cut it, you know.
From a thrift store? From the party store. That's iconic. I don't know about any of you. I know you were talking about trying to find fabric that is sci-fi appropriate, because I don't think we have to think about that in game. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I am very particular about my references. So I was going back to YouTube and like screenshotting cutscenes every 5 seconds, and I also was able to get like the official model. And I noticed that in sometimes it was like blue, and sometimes it was black, and it was sometimes a little dusty brown. But I think I settled on something that had a really nice texture, and it kind of interacts with light pretty neat.
It looks straight from the game. And yours were recycled harnesses? Where are these from?
Most of these are actually military surplus that have been deconstructed and then reconstructed into a more along the lines of what Arthur wears.
Where did you get this from?
My dad's attic.
That's the real winner. That's what I want to hear. How about you, Ureli? I know that you have very, very meaning. Like, what part of the void did you have to go to get all of this?
I just jumped on a worm, and they took me wherever. I had no idea, man. Gathered some stardust, brought to Marlena, and she was like, yeah, I got this. And then we bunched it together.
Canonically, Marlena is your seamstress?
Sure.
Alrighty.
I'm not trying to split that prize money.
That's true. There's only one check. How about you, my dear Bombastine?
I have shower curtain.
Shower curtain! Let's give it up!
This clear stuff right here.
Is that the clear part?
Yeah.
And this is like a lovely fabric? Judges are ready to go. You were all off the hook. But more importantly, we have to come up with our prize. So I will just wait for them to make it up on stage. And get my little friend out of the way. Here we are. Exciting. Alrighty. You have the card, my friend. Yep. All right. We're going to start off with the bonus prizes. Our floofy cuteness winner is Magic Thighs. Wonderful. There you go. So you were taking home an Ember heirloom pack. Absolutely beautiful work. Our next winner is Gilly Grizzly from the non-competitive. You better believe it.
The audience's response to your cosplays stole our hearts.
Do you want to give him a... Thank you so much. We'll just let him come up on stage. Oh, man. You guys are absolute rock stars. Yeah!
Next up, we've got Solaris Workmanship Award going to the Eidolon Outpost as Bombastine.
Here you are. Absolutely incredible work. The Master Chisoni Award is going to Master to Sony. Although I would argue that dear Anna is truly the winner of it. Congratulations. Put it in the mouth? Is that what it
All right, and again, we've got Orakin Gold. This award is an exceptional cosplay in the non-competitive category. And we're going to award it to Paragons of Emotion from Duviri.
Yay! So I only have one medal on stage. We do have more backstage. I promise I will get it to you. Apologies for that. Absolutely phenomenal. I don't know if there's actually going to be a paradox having two Bombastines on the same stage. Although it seems very fitting that he would win a reward twice. I feel like that is absolutely what he would do. So, look at these fantastic folks. I don't know if we can squeeze past the void rig at all, if you guys don't mind moving down just a little bit. Thank you so much. And so like I said, we will get you more of these backstage. I only brought 5 on stage for me. So we'll give it to Loden. That seems very fitting as well. Congratulations. They will all be winning the same reward. So yay! Masterful job, everyone. All right. The moment of truth. The cash prize winners. We'll start with 3rd place, which is Shondor as Frost Heirloom. Phenomenal work, Shondor. You should be so incredibly proud. Here is your beautiful, beautiful. If we want to have Arthur help us hold it up. Thank you so much.
You can tell they put a lot of work into making the armor and all the cloth really mesh together.
Incredible. If you just want to shimmy over just a little bit, we'll get it moved over just a little bit. Yeah. Keep your giant check. We won't take it away from you. Why are they so huge? That's a good question.
Why not?
I was asked how big they should be, and I was like, make them giant.
All right. 2nd place goes to Jacob as the Void Rig.
Woo! Right beside you there, Jacob. There you go. Congratulations. Incredible work. And our 1st place winner is Tina Azurelli. Marilena would be so proud.
You really won? Sick. I think that was my favorite one of all of them. By far, yeah. Great color. Matches up with it in-game perfectly. It's fantastic looking. It's great.
It's basically your Morelli, if you think about it. I was going to ask you to say something, but I feel like you're a little overwhelmed. Okay, we won't
All
do
right,
that.
then let's have one final round of applause for our cosplayers. You should all be proud of the fantastic work that you've showcased on stage today. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And that's it for our competitive showcase this year. Thank you so much to our back of house staff who have managed to keep this all running. Truly, we could not have done this without you. A special thank you to Ronnie Fishinacci, wonderful Ralph, and Maya, our judges, and of course, my lovely co-host, Disfusional, and most importantly, our cosplayers. I am so proud. I am so overwhelmed. You are all incredible. Alrighty. Stay tuned for Tennolive at 4:30 later today, and enjoy the rest of your Tennocon, everyone. Bye.
Until then, I'm thinking I may take a break, get some other stuff done. before actual Tennolive happens, you know. Yeah. But hold on. Let me check something. Okay. I have nothing else planned for today. Alright. Well, thank you for sticking with me. Sorry if I went quiet in some spots. I just don't know what to say sometimes, so thank you for staying with me. And see y'all in 3 hours? 2 hours? One of those.